think it's working. I think it's up. Understandably, we are looking at a black screen, but cash money hours of Bahrain. There it is, 4 hours of Bahrain. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are live and good to go. We are just waiting for the server to start for the 4 hours of Bahrain here. So give us a second while we get that up. All right, there we go. All right, we should be starting any moment here to load into the server. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4 hours of Bahrain. Semp, the screen is black because the server's not up and we don't have a, what do you call it, like an in-between screen. So you're going to have to deal with that for approximately 15 seconds while I actively load in. Once we do that, we'll be a-okay. You also have to tell me if the sound sounds okay as well, because I've obviously got no idea. I just speak at a volume. Howdy, Brandon. So many lovely people. Mr. Brandon and Senf. Make it quiet. No, I could probably just be quiet. I will turn my mic up. Thank you, guys. I'm not shy, Senf. Don't say that. There we go. All right. That should be a little bit louder. Let me know if that's better. The game is going to start up here in a second, so let me know if that's also too quiet or not. But it should be temporarily quiet while we figure out what we're doing exactly. All right, let me know if that is quiet or not. Who's quiet? I'm quiet, and I'm only in your left ear, Peter. Oh my god. I should be in both of your ears. But let me check. There we go. Alright, that should have fixed that, and still very quiet. Solo driving the van, yeah, Joe, that's what we're getting at today. Alright, am I quiet, or is the game quiet? Someone let me know. Still quiet. Oh my gosh, I am shy. There we go. Hold on, let me get on the same level as the game for you guys, and I'll turn the game just a little bit. Alright, that should be a little bit better. All right, you guys let me know if this is a little bit better, but we are in the final stages before we hit the 4 hours of Bahrain here in the ESRC Challenge Multi-Class Racing Series. It's gonna be a bit of a wild day. All right, awesome. I love to hear that. All right. It's going to be a bit of a wild day today, ladies and gentlemen. We've taken these drivers, I wouldn't say hot off the heels of Mugello, as it's been a couple of weeks since then, but with all that preparation time and all of the time to get their strategy in order, they get to jump into Bahrain today for a full 4 hours. So almost, if not a little bit under double the race time that we had at Mugello. Mugello was 2.4 hours. This one's going to be a full 4. So they're going to be going for quite some time here. Hopefully you guys are able to tune in for a nice chunk. Right now, just on with Clutch Russ as he is just coasting down the main straight of Bahrain. And we do have, right now we have 3 people loaded into our hypercar series as well. So there will be a little bit of that multi-class action that I know some of you guys are probably looking for. So we'll have a little bit of everything. Let's see if we can find one of those guys on track as we can move over here to Wasey Anjum in his iconic livery. Some adjustments there made on the steering wheel, and Wasey flying down that that infield straight, or I guess maybe the back straight if you want to call it that. But Wasey absolutely moving. And a beautiful livery there as well. Let's check out some other liveries as we go through here. I know we have Senf, who is in a I don't know what to call this. A wingless GT3 with feathers. This thing is interesting. Oh, and the boom as it absolutely flies by. Senf is a little bit of a new addition to the series here, so we're going to keep some eyes on him. Going to be very interested to see what he's able to do today. Man just made his own car. Yeah, brother did not give... didn't care. Just didn't care when he made this one. I don't know what this is. But, Initial D final stage tribute, very possibly. I'm going to have to leave that to you guys because I would not know. But, and an absolute, could we call this a banger? Maybe we could call this a banger for the ESRC challenge. Very interesting livery, so we're going to be glad or excited to see what you can do later today. Let's hop over to Milan. Milan, one of our top drivers here in the series. Oh, he cuts the chicane a little bit there. It goes a little bit wide. Maybe a little bit of commentator's curse, but Milan here in the Lamborghini GT3. Going down the back straight. And it looks like there's a little bit of an esports line coming out of Milan here for right now. I don't know if there's maybe something to do with the track limits for that, or if brother is just all over the place today. But we will see. Someone's saying I don't have the track skin. Why would you point it out? No way. I swear the track skin was definitely installed very recently. How much time do we have? 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We're going to make an effort. We're going to make an effort to get the track skin for you guys so we can have the full ESRC experience. All right, we're going to try just for the one time, ladies and gentlemen, to get you guys the ESR skin for the Bahrain server. Give us 1 second while I reload this for you. If we can't get it, we might just have to unfortunately tank this. So give us a second. I did a quick reinstall for you guys. Good morning, Base Cannon. Glad to see you here. Speed, hello. Yeah, just trying to get you guys the full Cameron branding. We want to give plenty of love to our guy. So we're going to give it just one shot. If it doesn't work, we won't delay you guys because I want to get you for the race start. So no troubles there. Base, I'm pretty sure I have the file link. It just doesn't seem to want to work. I'm not going to lie. I think I have it. But it's just not a fan of working for me today for one reason or another. So we may just have to rock without it. We'll see if a quick reinstall did what it should have done, but Lord knows it's a Seto. So here with Jump Raven. I don't think it worked, unfortunately. Audio, car volume super low. Okay, let me change that for you guys. Just give me 1 second. Oh, I know why it's low. Give me like 2 seconds. I've got you guys. Hold on. Okay, there you go. That should be back to its original volume there. So it's back to where it should be. So everybody here is in the pits. We are getting ready for the race start, ladies and gentlemen. So hold on to your britches for just a moment as we see all these wonderful liveries on the track. There's somebody in there with that dark green livery. That looks quite nice. So we're going to like to see more of that, hopefully, during the race. We also have a special appearance from Bobby in our chat. That's absolutely outstanding. We love to see that. Bobby, can we get a grid rundown? Yes, let me give you a grid rundown, King. Give me 2 seconds to see if I can re-pull the quali results for you. Just hold on. Okay, it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to find it for you before we go on with the start of the race, but I will do my best. Let's hop onto one of the hypercars here and give me a second while I try to find it for you guys. Back to pits with the transit van if we can. Yeah, no, we cannot. So we'll have to wait on that. Oh, someone's dropping crazy lore in the chat. Oh, no, it's just Tater and Kagermon. Okay. Yeah, after race start, I got you guys. We're just waiting for the race start to happen. Still attempting to squeeze some results for you guys. I believe I can see the results for the hypercars, but not for the GT3s as of yet. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the hypercar results go Wase Anjum, the Base Cannon Halsey team, Project Purple, and then Jacob Anderson and Kenny McKee in P4. Someone correct me if I'm wrong about that. But I can see the hypercars, so that should be your grid for the hypercar rundown there. Yeah, Wase is definitely in first there. Someone wants to look at the Lexus in the last place, so we let's look at that. Looks like an absolute beautiful livery, if I do say so. Looks absolutely outstanding from a distance. Well, hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of that. But we'll take a little bit more time. Thank you for that, Seth, because I was really trying to figure that out. That is a really nice livery. I cannot lie to you. And the Red Bull sponsorship with the Tag Heuer ESRC plastered on the car with some beautiful lights, and that HyperX livery or logo right there as well. That's actually that's a pretty good one, boys. I don't know if anybody's gonna beat this based on pure looks. Maybe Senf. Maybe Senf. But can someone inform me? Does the van actually have to do a lap? Because I really hope not. Okay, I can teleport. Thank you, Potato. Oh, someone mentioned that, and I got really scared. Looking here at Yossarian's GT3 livery, we've seen this one before, but it looks like there's stuff added to it. Maybe I'm geeking, but this looks absolutely awesome. I love the art style on this one as well. Let's try to sneak and find somebody else who's cooking out on our grid. What do we think about Mylands? Mylands is kind of a, oh, this one's nice. Very GT3. With the Moses sponsorship, you know I'm going to glaze the Moses sponsorship. So I have to give that to him. Yossarian's absolutely cooking with that one. Up front real quick, let's just see Halsey. Halsey with the black Spider-Man livery. It's so good. I believe that's Halsey in base cannon. And that is that's absolutely electric. I love that. That's really, really good. Project Purple with the HTB, which looks like a Sprite adjacent livery if you ask me. But let's slap the safety car into the pits real quick and then get right back to the grid. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. And so they are off for one formation lap around the track before they head off to a proper race. They're going to gap the hypercars and the GT3 cars before the start finish line. That way no one's getting in anybody else's way. So that is why you will see a larger gap there. Motop just ignores our livery. Motop, I will find your team's livery. Have no fear. You're just gonna have to give me a second. If you can let me know what it is, I will go find it, because I would love to see some more. You know we love deliveries. So who's in the pace car? That's a really great question, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's in the pace car, but somebody is, and they're absolutely killing it right now in the beautiful MX-5 Miata. Someone's saying it's Thorn in the pace car, so I love that for him. Thorn absolutely killing it in our MX-5. Oh, Potato in the safety car. Wow, some conflicting stories. Whoever it is, they're doing an absolutely excellent job. Absolutely excellent job. And let's look at our beloved El Garito. We already know the man, the myth, the legend. In the, I'll say highlighter yellow and black. But, he's doing absolutely, he's cooking with that livery. We'll tell him he's cooking with that one. And some purple Lamborghini back there. I'd love to find out who that is. Somebody just in front of Sen. Let's take a jump down. Karma, possibly. Yeah, look at that. The absolute beast of a livery from Karma. That is also pretty nice. There should be one more that I think we have not shown love to. Not quite Tater. I believe Clutch Russ as well. Another livery. That's absolutely beautiful. So, absolutely amazing livery. I'm not in a VC anywhere, but if we want to get a co-commentator, I can slap you in here in just a second. Once they get their restart done and they calm down, I would love to bring you in so we can have two. That'd be awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first beep for them, and that's the second beep. So they're going to be off at the front of the GT pack. It is Dimitri, and it looks like Dimitri's actually taking the lead in front. Let's jump up here to the hypercars to see him all the way down the straight there. Wase holding on to his lead, defending against Halsey and Project Purple, and I believe that's Kenny McKee up there as well, as the rest of the grid comes fielding through. The GT3s going at it in the rear. Let's go take a look at them. We see Yossarian in some of that scuffle. Let's see where Yossarian is. Yossarian just behind Jump Raven, just in front of Scent, leading the charge down the first mini straight here. Yossarian still behind Scent. And that looks like it's going to be Clutch Russ looking to make a move on Ronnie for P8 in the very opening stages of the race here. They're going to dive down the hill. Let's see what Clutch Russ can do. Going to stay on the outside. Is he going to look for a switchback? Oh, and he does, and he runs up the inside of Ronnie on the switchback. An absolutely beautiful move by Clutch Russ there. That was pretty smooth by him. He's going to take that position for P8, and he is going to say goodbye. Let's look down a little bit lower. Let's take a look at Senf. Senf in the scuffle as well. Looks like Watsey's running away at the hypercar lead. Now Senf looking for a move on Yasserian down the back straight. He has it. Looks like he's side by side. Really deep down the inside. Oh, and it looked like he just got outbraked there by Yasserian. It looked like he was looking for the move, but it did not stick. This group of 4 right here providing absolutely excellent racing for us in the first stages of Bahrain. Let's take a jump up. Wasey leading the pack, very closely followed by Halsey. El Garito out here chasing the lead of Dimitri Oss for the lead of the hypercars. Let's jump back down to Jump Raven, who is defending admirably against Ronnie there. Ronnie was looking to put a nose up the inside, but unfortunately nothing was happening. Look at this train of 3 going down the main straight. Ladies and gentlemen, they are only on the second lap now. That was their first official lap. Second lap now. Looks like they're going to be going 3 wide into turn 1. Who's going to outbreak who? Yasserian all the way on the outside. Jump Raven all the way on the inside. Ronnie squish in between them. Oh, and they don't come together, but it's ever so close. Yasserian still looking to make that position up from Ronnie, but Jump Raven making that position from Ronnie down the main straight. Absolutely beautiful. We see Senf in the back there with the wingless GT3 car. Quite a wild livery from him as these 3 go band for band on the track, ladies and gentlemen. Band for band. It doesn't get any more exciting than the opening stages of the race. Let's jump back down here. We have Joel Baker here in the 95 Lightning McQueen livery. Absolutely beautiful livery, but unfortunately trailing in the back. Let's see if he can make things happen a little bit further up. And it looks like Halsey and Wasey going at it. Halsey's stolen the lead off of Wasey, now going into, looks like the penultimate turn there as they go down the main straight. Wasey's going to have a load full of slipstream down this straight here. Let's see if he looks for a move down the inside. He doesn't. Breaks right behind Halsey. Now he has quite a run to get back with Halsey down the actual main straight here. Wasey looking to steal his lead right back. Halsey looking to find his early position in the beginning of the race and keep it that way. Ladies and gentlemen, remember 4 hours of Bahrain is what we have here today. So it is a marathon, not a sprint, but these guys will race like it is every single day of the week. Let's take a look over here by El Garito. Seems to be a little bit of action going on here for the GT3s going down the main straight. El Garito closely following Dimitri. He absolutely has to be in the slipstream here. Let's see if he's going to try and make a move, a late lunge down the inside. And he does. He does, and he's alongside. Oh, it looked like there was almost contact there as we saw Milan going off in the back as well. Looks like El Garito all over the rear of Dimitri Oz. He is not giving him an inch nor a mile as they go down into the corner here. El Garito, looks for a switchback, but it looked like Dimitri parked it on the apex. A little bit of contact there in between the 2 of them. They're going to keep flowing through these S's. Garrido's going to feel a little bit of that dirty air as he comes through here, and he's going to be looking for another move down the inside. Let's see if it happens. No, it doesn't. Maybe a switchback for him. No. Decides to keep his nose tucked in behind. Now he's got one more massive passing opportunity down here, but it'll be a hard one. You have to be so careful not to lock the front tires. If you do, it would quickly be the end of a good battle, and he does well to stay tucked in right behind Dimitri. Milan again in the rear, running a little bit wide there at the corner. We saw him do that a little bit in the practice session, so we wonder if maybe that is the way to go. El Garito still tucked in behind Dimitri. Looks like we have Senf here leading both Ronnie and Tater for P11 in the absolutely most interesting livery I think we've seen on the grid for a little bit of time. But it low-key looks smooth. We can't hate on him too much. It low-key looks smooth. So let's jump around here. Someone's asking to see the Tater fight. Tater trailing behind Ronnie here now within a half second or so. There he is, within a half second of Ronnie. Looking to make a move, looking to climb the ranks here. P13 for Tater, following very closely to P12 for Ronnie. He's going to have a massive advantage down the main straight of the slipstream. We see a group of 3 as well in front of them. Yassarian, Jump, Raven, and Clutch Rush. Let's jump to that. Jump, Raven, leading this group right now, defending harshly against Clutch Rush. Yassarian wondering if maybe there is an opportunity here for him around the outside. He stays behind the battle for right now. Who knows what's going to happen between these two? Two very, very good drivers, and it looks like Clutch Rush had to edge out Yassarian there to the outside of the track, and now Yassarian looking for a run around the outside of Clutch Rush. Let's see if he can make that stick. Oh, and he tries to hold on. Looks like he got a little bit of wheel spin there, but he almost made that stick around the outside of the corner there. That was a very solid effort from Yassarian, and he is going to continue to follow Clutch Rush very closely. These 3, and there's a little bit of contact going into the corner. Clutch Rush was looking to maximize the track width, but actually bumped Yassarian. Yassarian goes in for the switchback. Let's see if he can hold it around the outside here. That would keep himself in the lead down the main straight, but he tucks in behind once again. Now Sent gaining by this battle, inch by inch, second by second, as he goes down the main straight behind them. He should have a lot less drag with having no rear wing, but he seems to be on the same level as everybody else, maybe getting a little bit of that downforce from the floor. Yassarian down the inside of Clutch Rush. That's such a hairy spot to try and go for the move, and you can see Yassarian got a little bit out of whack there as he was trying to go down the inside of Clutch Rush, and while trying to gain one position, it looks like he's about to lose one position. How quickly the tables have turned for Yassarian here in the midst of this battle. There might have been a little bit of contact there, but Sent up into the top 10, now following Clutch Rush. Let's not forget about Ronnie and Tater in the rear here, fighting for that P11, it looks like. Going absolutely crazy in the rear. Let's jump around. Let's try to find somebody else. I'm hearing some talks about Ayash and Dimitri, and it looks like Ayash has stolen the lead of the GT3s off of Dimitri. Unfortunate that we missed that, but there were some crazy things going on in the midfield. So let's see if Dimitri is going to follow up with a response to Ayash's swipe of the lead. Let's see if Dimitri will answer that anytime soon. Ayash clearly has some serious pace. Mylan back there doing some crazy things. Not sure what's on Mylan's mind, but he is doing some wild things with the track limits back there, wondering what exactly it is that he's trying to achieve. I guess we'll see as the cards play out. Ayash still able to hold on to the lead from Dimitri at the moment, and doing a good job. He has him within just over a half a second now, 6/10, almost 7 now, as they dip into the really, would we really consider this a hairpin, or is this a 90-degree turn? Let's be honest, guys. But they move it onto the back straight nonetheless, and Ayash leading currently definitively in front of Dimitri, 7/10 between them. So at this exact moment, it doesn't seem like they are going to swap positions. Let's show a little bit of love to our Pro Tech class. Wase Angel still chasing Halsey within just outside of a second of Halsey. So very much still in the battle for that. They are on lap 7 of, I don't even know how many they're going to get in today, ladies and gentlemen. If I had a rough estimate, I would give it to you, but I just don't. Let's move to Project Purple. Project Purple about 8 seconds behind Wase Angel in 3rd place. Kenny Key, 4th place, 5 seconds behind Project Purple, 14 seconds off the lead. But like we've said it a million times, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So anything could happen until then. Garrido currently leading the GT3 fight in 1st place from Dimitri and Mylan. Dimitri, we know to be quite a driver on track, but Garrido is showing his elbows and showing his true colors, taking the lead off of Dimitri in an early stage of the race, not even 15 minutes in, and he swapped that position. Let's see if he can hold on to that. Yassarian, just real quick, jumping down to Yassarian, who just passed Ronnie, going down into turn 1. Let's see if Ronnie wants to make a response. He doesn't. He tucks back in. Let's jump over here to Jump Raven, who is in 4th position. for the GT3s here. Doing a good job to lead in front of Clutch Russ, but can't count him out. Clutch Russ in 5th position for the GT3s, the top 5. Rounded out with Mr. Clutch Russ. Let's move around to Senf in the most interesting livery I've seen in a long time. Here in the top 6 now. He is number 6 for the GT3s, followed by Yassarian, 7. Absolutely sending it around the corner as well, with Ronnie right behind him, 8. Tater in 9th place for the GT3s, I believe. Beautiful livery, sending it around the corner as well. 7 seconds to his opponent in front of him. Then we have Jasper, who is in some hypercar traffic here and is being chased down by, I believe that is Karma, in the Lightning McQueen livery there. So a little bit of battling going on here at the back. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, nobody is out until they're well and truly out, as in retired from the race. If you are on track, you are absolutely in it to win it. So anything can happen. Some reports that Ronnie got a track cut that wasn't supposed to be a track cut. So that's some interesting news. We'll see if there's any ruling around that specific issue. Let's jump up here to, let's find one of our closer GT3 battles, maybe with Halsey and Wase. I know they just went through traffic, about a 1.2 seconds between the two. Let's hop down to the GT3s. Yassarian going to be getting a little bit of love here for a second. All right, and we're back. Oh, the commentator's curse is so real, ladies and gentlemen. Right as we come back from just a short little break there, Yassarian getting all out of sorts as some hypercar traffic passed right beside him. Seemed like he got a little bit worried about it and unfortunately lost the rear. He is spun, lost that position to Ronnie for P11. That's going to be an interesting fight going on. Let's jump up here to Semp. Semp also getting passed by some hypercar traffic. Wase and Halsey very, very close together as they move through the GT3s. We're going to keep an eye on this for a little bit of time just to see what happens. Some GT3s racing right next to the hypercars. Hopefully nobody gets in the way of anybody else. It looks like there was a little bit of contact on Wase there. Let's jump over to his perspective. Looks like he took a little bit of a tap from Clutch Russ. They now run away from Jump Raven and have moved back into the lead. Barely got a little bit closer through the traffic, so nothing crazy happening there. Jumping back over here, Ronnie and Yassarian back at it again, but again with some hypercar traffic. Yassarian looking to make this move, stick around the outside once again. Ooh, Ronnie looks like he got a little bit out of sorts there and made a little bit of contact to Yassarian. The hypercar behind them is going to have to be careful. He doesn't want to get caught up into any incidents that he doesn't want to be a part of while the GT3s fight. Just to get into a contact with a lower class would be a silly mistake, but he does well to avoid that possibility, and he is gone. That is Project Purple. Some great driving in the hypercar there to work around the GT3s, who are going absolutely at it. More contact coming out of the tight left-hander. Yassarian into the back of Ronnie. These two are going crazy on the track right now. Hopefully they decide to keep it clean. We don't want to see a crash simulator here today, but we will take some hard racing every single day of the week. Yassarian again just getting a little bit loose behind Ronnie, maybe struggling for some tires. We saw Yassarian in some fights early on, so that could be the result of that. As the hypercar traffic passes through there, Yassarian, is he going to try and make a move down into the final corner? He has a bit of a look, tucks it back in behind for the main straight. Let's jump over here to Dimitri just real quick. El Garrido still leading him by about 1.2 seconds, 1.3 seconds. The hypercar traffic is not going to help anymore, but be careful about Milan. Milan is catching up to the rear of Dimitri here. We cannot count them out. We see a little bit of drama going on back there between Clutch Russ and Jump Raven. These two are ever so close as we see Yassarian and Ronnie also going at it in turn one. Let's see who the big winner is here before we jump to another battle. Ronnie sweeping around the outside of what I believe is turn two, or considered turn two, and jumps in front of Yassarian. Let's go back to this battle here, ladies and gentlemen. Jump Raven, Clutch Russ, and Senf all fighting for basically what is going to be P8 at the moment. These three going absolutely at it. Dropping a little bit of lore on you guys here. Now, we've seen Jump Raven in some racing series adjacent to ESRC. Believe he also attended Mugello. We've also seen Clutch Russ at the Nürburgring endurance race that happened, I believe, possibly earlier this year. And he did an absolute excellent job. But one name that you guys might not know is our boy Senf, part of the Venus side of things here. Not exactly sure what team he's fighting for, but Senf is making a massive return to racing here. He was out of commission without a wheel for many months, and he has come back, and he is coming back strong, rounding out the top 10, fighting for that P8. And I believe we also have the commentator here now with us, so let me get that set up for the stream to hear. And we can get more than one. I got you, Thorn. I see it, dude. All right, they should be able to hear you. I think.
Test.
Someone can let us know how people are sounding. For me, the game is incredibly loud for them to hear it. So for me, all audio is just in a wrap.
Yep, I'm there.
You're there? All right. Awesome. All right, Thorn. I'm sure you've probably been watching since the start. How have you seen the race going so far?
I've been impressed by a lot of the moves. Halsey getting that early overtake, same with Garrido. It's been impressive racing.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild here between Halsey and as well as Garrido and Dimitri. I was actually, when Garrido took the lead off of Dimitri, I was like very surprised because I know that Dimitri is a really strong driver, but Garrido just absolutely showing him how to do it in the opening stages. That was wild. We also have this group of three here between like Jump Raven, Clutch Russ, and Sen, and they've been going at it since like lap 1. These two aren't really giving anybody any space to breathe. These three are just going at it. Sorry, these three, not two, but they're going at it. They're not giving each other space to breathe at all. It's crazy. Not even 30 minutes into the race, and they have all been throwing it around the track here. We're still on this battle with Senf, Clutch Russ, and Jump Raven, but a little bit of drama happening back here between Yassarian and Ronnie again. These two have also been going at it for quite some time. Yassarian struggling a little bit with a crazy defense up against Ronnie, and he runs wide as well. Ronnie's going to be thinking about how to come back at him, and again around the outside. We've seen him do it once, and we've seen him do it twice now. Ronnie getting the upper hand on Yassarian. And there you go. That's for you, Thor.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Yeah, these two have been going at each other's necks since they got next to each other on track, fighting for P11. Yassarian and Ronnie, I mean, it's been absolutely great racing. A little bit of contact, but overall these two have kept it pretty clean. Have been doing a really good job to give us a bit of a show. Right, and Yassarian sniffing down the back of Ronnie here, down the main straight. And Ronnie, defense of the inside, pulls right up next to Yassarian. Yassarian flares out really, really late in the braking zone. Ronnie looking to continuously defend this position. Once again, now Yassarian trying the outside around T2. And he's seen it done to him, and he's trying to do it right back to Ronnie. It looks like he got the advantage there for the one time. Moving into the next corner, Ronnie's going to be looking to respond. Yassarian slams on the brakes, brings the car down knee into the apex, and it looks like currently has Ronnie cleared. Let's take a look up here. Senf and Clutch Russ as well going at it for P9. Senf around the outside, and he has the position on Clutch Russ going into the tight hairpin. A little bit of a cut there, but looks like he got away with it. Now Senf chasing Jump Raven down the main straight. Doesn't look like Clutch Russ is going to be able to respond. Back over here to Yassarian and Ronnie. Ronnie swerving all around Yassarian in the rear. Going down the straight here, Ronnie's going to have a little bit of slipstream, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to make a move happen. Let's look up here with our group, another group of three actually. El Garrido followed by about a second, El Garrido followed 8/10 by Demetrios, who's followed by Mylan Elling about a second back from him as well. Now this group here hasn't been quite as close as some of the groups that we've seen in the mid pack, but they've been on each other's tails, and they haven't been they haven't been making very many mistakes. We have Garrido in front of Dimitri, just biding his time at the moment, it seems. But Garrido keeping the lead of the race pretty definitively at the moment, with Mylan in third place for the GT3s, still trying to catch up to this little group of two here, but nonetheless in the fight. Clutch Russ has now made the move back on Senf. And is leading Senf through the corners here. 3/10 going down into the braking zone. Ooh, Senf got a little bit sideways there as he dips down into the tight right-hander. Keeps it pretty neat and tidy. A little bit of a swiggle there, but Clutch Russ has gotten the lead there.
If we could check up on Wasay, because he's now 10 seconds down to Halsey.
Yeah, he was much, much closer for the beginning stages. I wonder, Wasay should be solo in this race, correct?
I be honest. I'll check up on our registration, see how that's going.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Wase is solo. I believe he is. If so, that may be something to do with the GT3 traffic. Maybe something in there has caused him to drop back from the lead, or possibly a pit stop. I also do have word that there has been a driver swap between Joel Baker and Marco. So now Joel Baker on the grid is Marco. I believe the two Aussies running together, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to get flamed if I'm wrong. But I believe the two Aussies are running together for the Endurance Series. Wase here seems to be nice and tidy. Doesn't seem to be struggling too much for grip. So I'm not sure where he's lost his time.
I don't know either, but his sector times were around a second to 2 seconds slower before, and they're back up to pretty much pace now.
Yeah, maybe possibly could have been a spin.
Ooh, crash.
Ooh, what's going on? Where is that at?
Yassarian, Ronnie.
Oh, Ronnie and Yassarian. Yeah, we can see Yassarian in the back. Looks like he might have gotten loose. I can't see if there was contact or not. Yassarian, I think that's Yassarian's second spin so far, fighting for Ronnie in those positions. He's pushing hard. He's pushing hard, but it's unfortunately biting him back a little bit here. I'm sure some of the tire wear is getting to him.
Yeah, his cars seemed a little bit twitchy on corner exits.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's wearing down his tires a little bit more than he probably wants to right now. But with Yassarian spun, that means that Tater is right behind Ronnie. And Tater would have had to do some nice catch-up work, I think, to catch up to Ronnie there. So good on him. Now within a second and a half of Ronnie going down onto the back straight. Let's see if he can make a move happen sometime soon there. This battle remaining about where it has been for just a couple of laps, about a half second between these two, Sem and Clutch and Russ. Checking on Garrido and Dimitri. Dimitri seems to be slightly closer to Garrido, but still being tucked behind so far.
And I did confirm Wase is a solo driver.
Alright, so Wase is solo. That'll be interesting to watch to see if the fatigue will get to him. Now, Wase is pretty often a solo driver for Endurance Series, so he should be okay. So hopefully he's able to stay locked in for all 4 hours, of which they have about 3.5 left. So if you thought there's been action so far, we've got many, many more times the action that we've seen coming to you guys shortly. I'm seeing that Yassarian maybe got a cut and Ronnie possibly hit him. And that could have been the cause for Yassarian's spin there that time around. Let's get up to Halsey here, who's leading still by about 10 seconds. Excellent livery. We do know at some point Halsey will swap for VM's beloved base cannon. Yeah, we love to see base on track. We love to see Halsey on track and Venus as a whole. Don't tell anybody I'm supposed to be neutral, but I'm so biased. So biased. So praying for my Venus boys to take the win home today, but whatever happens, I'm sure they'll give us a good show. And this Spider-Man livery is absolutely awesome. Last race, they were on the blue and red, the classic, but now they've swapped to the Venom style here for Bahrain. And I gotta say, it's working for me. It's working for me. I really love the style they've gone for this season.
Cameron always putting in amazing work for us.
Absolutely. Cameron with beautiful livery work, I think, across the grid as far as I'm concerned. I think he's got a hand in a couple of these liveries for sure. So along with the track livery, which unfortunately we do not have, but Cameron has made a dedicated track livery for each and every one of our tracks to put the ESRC branding on there. So we appreciate him for that as well. I mean, putting in some true man hours for us this time around. So got to give him some props. Potato saying he's not sure if the track penalties are entirely working. I was also having that same question a little bit earlier. Mylan is short, cutting in wide everywhere. You saw him get loose there.
Yeah.
The bumps off track have got to be like so dangerous, but he's taking them, and so far with decent results. He's fallen a little bit off of the Dimitri and Garrido battle up there, but more or less he's in third. He's on the podium, and
yeah.
I'm not sure if the cuts are working 100% or not, but if they aren't, Mylan's caught on to it very, very early on, and he is doing what he can to maximize that.
At least in Sector 1, unless Dimitri's cutting, he seems to be around 5/10 off the pace, 6/10 off the pace. So I'm not entirely certain.
Yeah, I believe Dimitri, so far I think I've only seen Mylan do it. I think I saw Senf cut the tight left-hander going into the infield straight there one time, but I did not get to see if it was a consistent thing. Look at the trail along the main straight there. Absolutely beautiful. And it looks like these two are staying within the track limits. So it seems to be just Mylan who currently has got this information available to him.
Mylan's around the second down in Sector 2, though, so wondering why that's happening.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking maybe those bumps off track could be hurting his pace, maybe. But possibly, if he's opening up every corner so much more, he might be saving tires way better than the rest of the grid. So that'll be something interesting to look out for as well. And we are getting the reports that the track cuts are working. So Mylan is truly just wiling out. But we love to see a driver doing some interesting things on the track, so you won't hear me complaining too much. Dimitri now within a half second of El Garrito. Oh, and it looks like there's an off there. Oh, and a full-on spin. I'm gonna try and figure out who that is. I believe that was Karma in the purple electric GT3, and oh, getting all in the way, yeah, Voise there. And I think Mylan as well. Voise did good to avoid that. Karma being in the wrong spot at the wrong time after recovering from his spin. Currently running down in 15th, but still about 3.5 hours to go. So plenty of time to go. And also a pretty amazing livery, if I do say so. So, gotta love him. And we have Marco Stajic sitting here in last place. I believe the only team to do a driver swap so far in the Lightning McQueen livery for the Acura. Now, I'm not seeing a lot of the Acura here today because the Acura was very, very good at Mugello. Oh, as he just gets a little bit loose coming out of turn 2. It was very good at Mugello. We saw a couple of Acuras, but Bahrain does not seem to be the place to find them.
It will be interesting to see how Mylan fares because it's 3 track cuts until a time penalty, so I'm wondering how that will affect him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his strategy is yet still, but I'm wondering if maybe somebody will give us some sauce in the chat if they can find out, because I think that would be pretty interesting to have a Q on. Tater here giving some love to our man. Running, what is that, 1.6 seconds behind Ronnie. So we've seen him move around quite a bit in the field, but now he's up chasing Ronnie, doing a very good job to keep it clean as well, and in a pretty amazing livery. Let's take a look at him. There's the view we want. Tater, throwing it down into the downhill, getting on the brakes very nicely, rolls through the corner, just barely touches the curb there, and brings it all the way to the outside as he moves into this very tricky part of the track. I gotta commend the drivers. I have not seen a lot of lockups in that section, so they've done very good to avoid that as Tater nips it in there very neat and tidy, still chasing Ronnie and doing his best over here, rounding out the top 12 in, I believe, the Lexus for Tater today, correct?
Yes. Lexus and Ronnie both in the Lux.
Yeah, an absolutely amazing car with an amazing livery. Now, we know the Lexus is a little bit heavy, but it seems to be the car of choice from a couple of these guys. We see Dimitri in the Lexus, Tater in the Lexus, I believe
Jump in the
Raven.
Lexus.
Yeah, Jump Raven also running in the Lexus car. So a lot of guys deciding that the Lexus is going to be the car of choice today. So quite interesting. Let's take a look at our battle here between Senf and Clutch Russ. A little bit more of a gap built between these two at the moment as they fight for P8. Senf in the GT3, or the wingless GT3. Quite an interesting livery. What are your thoughts?
I was thrown off for a good while. I honestly didn't recognize the car, but I like the look. It's really weird because it looks like you've got the street racing car competing with these GT3s, but you know what? It works, I guess.
Yeah, it's an interesting style for sure. I cannot lie and say it's not. But I would agree. I think it works. There was a version of this livery that I saw that was pretty. It was a crime, innocent. It was really bad.
Oh.
When I say actual feathers were on the car, actual feathers were on the car. It was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was bad. It was bad. It was like
Yeah, my one gripe is there's eyes on the rear bumper, and they're a little bit. They're placed a little bit wide for my liking, to be honest, but that's just me. So
let's take a look here. Oh man!
Right there, below the lights.
Yeah, with the mouth at the license plate.
Yep, it's.
What a.
I always think cars look better with wings, to be honest, but that's just me.
Yeah. I'm sure Senf would be in here saying that we couldn't tell him he doesn't have a wing on his car as there's two on either side.
Yeah, no, I'm not. But the mouth and the eyes are a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it's an intriguing view for sure. Have some information for you, Thorn, here. Clutch Russ with a drive-through penalty for cutting the track too many times.
Making me look bad. Yeah, that is.
I mean, you've got to hate that at this stage in the race, right?
Yeah,
not even an hour in.
40 minutes in.
Yeah. And
just passing the 40-minute mark.
I mean, if there's some time to get it done, I would assume now would be the time, but preferably you would like to leave those types of penalties far, far, far alone. But nonetheless. Find a nice view for Clutch Russ here to check on his track limits. Now he's staying quite wary of the curbs at this stage, possibly because there is a penalty coming his way already, and he'd probably not like to compound on that. So it'll also be interesting to figure out when he decides to serve his drive-through, if that'll be in the middle of his stint, or if he'll serve the drive-through and then circle back around in the pits and do a driver swap, or exactly how he'll manage that. Not 100% sure. If you were in the car, Thorn, what would you do?
I normally like to just get it out of the way. While normally not the quickest choice. Unless I've got a driver swap coming right up, I would get it out of the way. Normally, stints for me around 2 hours long, and then my teammate will do the other 2. So at this point in the race, I would just get it over with.
And as you say it, Thorn, I believe that may be what Clutch Russ is looking to do here. Running into the pits, try to get a better view for you guys through here. That is absolutely the transit van, but you can see Clutch Russ coming through for the drive-through penalty. Let's jump.
Base cannon. We've got driver swap.
Oh,
Base in the car.
Yes, indeed. Oh, with Karma there, spun out on the side of the track. But the eyes are on Base Cannon right now, as you're right, in the car, swapped out for his teammate.
That seems a little bit early, to be honest.
I would tend to agree. I would genuinely tend to agree. It seems a bit early for a driver swap to be happening. We're not an hour in yet.
Yeah, that's...
I'm not sure what the strategy will be.
First out of the P96s to do a driver swap or a pit stop.
Yeah, I wonder, you know what? I think they are going to go for possibly a 4 stop with the base maybe taking 2 of them if they can eke it out that long, maybe a 5. But my guess is that Halsey goes back into the car at the very end of the race, presumably for about an hour or so. That's my current guess, if I had to give one.
So we're hearing just from Potato now that Mylan was staying off track and slowing down to avoid getting a track cut every time.
Okay, so a little bit of tactics there for him at the moment. That's very interesting. That would also probably explain why he was losing a decent amount of time behind Dimitri and Garrido.
You'll lose a lot of time on those straights, especially.
Yeah, you definitely can. But if that's how Mylan wants to run the race, all the better for it. You know what I mean? We love to see variety, so we will we'll take it. Let's see here, Ronnie and Tater going down into turn 1. Tater looks like he got a little bit late on the brakes there. Ronnie did well to avoid any type of incident there, real deep into that corner. Tater following closely, about 6 or so tenths behind Ronnie. Now, at the moment, it doesn't seem like these two are on quite a different pace. They might not come together, but neither one of them is outside of the threshold of a mistake. A mistake from either one of them takes them out of this battle for quite some time, presumably. But we'll see how they fare. About an hour in now, if you haven't done a stop, your tires are gonna be starting to talk to you at this stage and saying, hey, we'd love to be off the car and we'd love to throw on a different pair. But so far, the driver's doing a pretty good job to manage that as Wase flies through the GT3 traffic and makes his way on up the field. Some Base Cannon fans in our chat as well. The secret is, Thorn, I can't speak for you, but I'm a Base Cannon fan. So I'd love to see Base do some stuff.
I'll be honest, I'm a fan. He got me. He's probably one of the reasons why I'm still racing today.
Hey, yes,
Coached
sir.
me. He was my teammate through an endurance race like a month into sim racing and helped me a bunch.
That's awesome. That's awesome. We love when Base Cannon gets involved with it like that. Base Cannon is such a great driver, such a great guy to be around. So if he can pull it through today, I will definitely be partying hard into the night for Base's win, along with Halsey in that car with him, doing some excellent work in the start.
Looking at the Discord, it seems like Halsey hit one of the GT3 drivers and pitted.
Ooh,
because of car damage. Apologizing to Karma.
All right, that could have been why we saw Karma spun, possibly. Just due to maybe the tires being hot after that contact. But that is, you know what? A solid strategy.
Ronnie and Tater having a little incident together. Crash.
Ooh. These two.
Count at.
Let's see it. Let's take a look at this. Have apparently come to say
They're
hi
on their
to
way
one another.
now.
Yeah, they looks like they've split up after that. That seems to have bumped Tater back quite a bit of time there. And up in a first, I saw some drivers around our beloved. Looks like Wase currently has the lead with that driver swap to base cannon for the hypercars, and Mylan and Sent going at it. Now Mylan is still, let me see, Greedo's first. So Dimitri second, Jump third on the podium, Mylan fourth. So Mylan's lost that position to Jump Raven somewhere and is now in front of the Mr. Sent. Going down the main straight, some booms and bangs from the cars as they fly down here full throttle. Let's see if Sent is going to try and make something stick. Looks like Mylan very late gets into the braking zone of Sent and goes for the racing line. Sent is going to be tucked up behind him at the moment. Going to be looking for possibly an opportunity to get around Mylan into the next corner, but he's dropped off just a little bit, about 3/10. Let's see if he's making the big lunge. He doesn't. Tucks in behind, stays where he is for the time being, but look at the time gain on the exit of the corner. Sent all over the rear of Mylan here, looking to make a move when it suits him, and I just cannot help but anticipate a move at any second. But if there's one thing I do know about Sent, having driven with him quite a decent amount, is he is a very, very smart driver. He is very particular about the choices he makes to overtake, and it looks like he's trying to make a choice to overtake around the outside, and ooh, got a little bit loose there. Looks like he locked up the rear axle for a second, but he's still going to get a very good drive coming out of the corner. So he's still on the rear of Mylan. A little bit of mind games all in the rear view mirror. Mylan moving to defend, going to squeeze Sent. Sent unfazed at the moment as they travel through the corner. Let's see if we can get a better position on him here. Mylan still leading Sent for the time being. Sent still making a look every once in a while. Mylan again defending down the main straight. Let's see, Sent pulls up right beside him and outbreaks Mylan going into the final corner. He goes to hang it around the outside, and he does. Sent in front of Mylan around the outside of the penultimate corner. Looks like Mylan is losing on Sent already. Sent streaming ahead by about a half a second now, I believe. Yeah, about a half a second from Mylan. Looks like we have Jump Raven in the pits as well. And Sent moving on up, rounding out the top 7 for his debut back into real racing, as we'll say. Clutch Russ now surrounded.
Ronnie into the pits.
Yeah, Ronnie also into the pits as well. You are correct. Jump and Ronnie in the pits down in there. So we'll see if maybe they want to do a driver swap as well. But they could just be a stop for the tires. Yeah, Sarian and Clutch Russ now together within 6/10 of each other so far. I'm getting some reports. Yeah, Mylan's dropping off pretty hard. I wonder if, let's see. I wonder if maybe Mylan has heated up those rears a little bit too much.
Seems like it. He's around 8/10 slower per lap compared to Sent.
Yeah, that may explain. You know, the loss of time there for him. So hopefully he's in the pits sometime soon and has some of that pace back, because he was a pretty good contender for 3rd place for a while. But an interesting shot coming from Mylan. Let's see. Thorn, I'm going to leave you here with these two for just a second. I'm just going to go get a drink. But I absolutely believe you've got it. You've got it.
Oh, boy.
You get to entertain the stream, and I will be right back.
Well, he's giving me the task of a lifetime. I don't know if I'll be able to live up to this. Yas and Clutch. What do I say? How exciting. Yas, look. Ooh, contact? Maybe? Yes. A bit of a rear end from Yas, and using that as a good reason to head. No? Yes? No? Not head to the base. Oh, and Basecamp with the new fastest lap for the race, giving us a 46.3.2. Still holding it tight behind Clutch. Thank you, Potato. Thank you for that info. So, seems like Yas gave the place back to Clutch. But there's still some hard fighting. They do have... I don't actually know who that is. I believe that is Base Cannon behind them. I'm not entirely certain. No, that is not. Clutch was taking one side of the track there and still pulls ahead out of that corner. And holding it down the straight. I'm not entirely familiar with this track, to be honest, so I'm not certain of the main overtaking points here. But right now it seems like Yas is just waiting for Clutch to hopefully have a mess up and take an opportunity. But Clutch is handling himself very well with a driver like Yas in his rearview mirror.
All right, I have returned. I've made it back, and I agree. Clutch is I gotta say, Clutch has got to be one of my favorite drivers on the grid. I'm not gonna lie. I just love watching Clutch race. He's pretty electric in the car, and yeah, currently defending pretty good against Yassarian at the moment.
Also got you some new info. Wase into the pits, which gave Base a chance to overtake, with Project Purple currently leading the P96 pack.
All right, that will be Base Cannon. So currently with the pit stops, Base Cannon is in the virtual lead, because presumably Project Purple and Kenny McKee will make efforts to
some
pit
point
as
soon.
well. Yeah, can't be much
Neither
longer.
of them have touched. Those tires are on 30 laps old at this point, so they're feeling it.
They have to be. I mean, they've been here now for almost an hour, so at some point they've got to make the move to come in, but so far holding on to it. But once they pit, it does seem like Base Cannon will then take the lead of the race once again, followed by about 10 seconds from Wase. Whatever has happened to Wase to lose those 10 seconds, it seems to have stayed that way so far throughout the race. The pace has been pretty consistent from both drivers.
And we saw a crash from Project Purple in the pits. Not entirely certain what's going on there. At least that's what I saw.
Look at that.
That's you.
That is very interesting. It looks like maybe a lockup going into the pit lane. Maybe lock the rears. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. But also Kenny McKee in the pits as well. They're with Project Purple.
Base as expected. Now I'm using the P96 pack. What are we calling this? I'm calling it the P96, but I don't think that's the real name.
I think you're right.
P96, okay.
Is it the P96?
That's what it says on live timings, but I don't know if it's Class LMDH or I'm not entirely certain.
Honestly, I call it a hypercar. I don't know what it is, man. I don't. They're all
Perfect.
the same. They're all the same, right? Oh man, We also have Senf in the pits and celebrating his pass on Milan as well. So congrats, Senf. But Senf has touched the pits. So here on board with Dimitri, who is still behind Garrido at this point in the race.
Yeah, and we haven't seen pits from Garrido, Dimitri, Tater, and Jasper so far.
All right.
But everyone else has at least touched the pits.
In one way or another. And Jasper, who is this driver swap for? Who is in Jasper's car before him? Do you know?
I don't know, but I'm going to look through our registrations and find out.
All right. That would be great information. I'm also getting some more information. That Brandon went for another driver swap with Ronnie, but Ronnie got kicked out. So that's unfortunate. That may be the end of Ronnie at this stage. Oh, nope. Brandon is back in the car, so they are in it as far as that goes. Oh, and it looks like Senf is actually just recovering from a spin. So we just got onto the back of. But Jasper following, I believe that's Karma, who is now Tex. Yes, in the car now. Down the main
Karma,
strip.
Tex, and Nerd.
Karma, Tex, and Nerd. Understood. So the 3-man
SW$G.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that. A great grid of drivers that we've got on the track at the moment.
Jasper was replacing Jari. Jari?
Jari?
Jari. Jari.
All right. Jasper in for Jari. Currently fighting for P11, or is in P11. We'll be looking to catch up to Yassarian in P10. I'm not quite sure. Yassarian in the pits at the moment for a driver swap, I think. Because I think they've done a teleport, so I believe that will be a driver swap. Keep an eye on that for you guys. Milan, look at this, still outside of the track limits and doing his thing. Such an
better be working for
tactic.
him.
I hope it is. I hope it is. I mean,
granted, he is in third, so
yeah, he is.
Like,
oh, also
he's done a pit stop already
as well. So Garrido now pulling that lead ever so slightly. Here's my question: has Milan been in the pits before?
Yes.
Okay. So
but I don't know when. I think it's earlier in the race, though, because I remember seeing that pit stop tally at 1 a while ago, which was part of the reason why I was rather confused.
So presumably, oh, well, look at that. Dipping into the pits right now. So regardless. Oh, has he hit the wall?
Ooh. He's on track now?
Okay.
What?
What has happened to Milan? Maybe that could be the same issue we saw with Project Purple there. I'm not sure what's gone on to cause that. I somehow missed that, even though we were looking right at it.
No damage to the car either. I'm going to take a look at the stream. Oh, no. It looks like... Okay, I'm going to butcher this name, but there isn't many vowels. Raikkonen? They're retiring the car because their pit window buttons broke. So that is unfortunate.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. And I believe, who is that team? That's between Brandon and is that
I will be
Ronnie?
Well, we'll see. That's his YouTube name, so I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain if it's the same.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I believe that's Brandon and Ronnie. I'm taking a wild guess here. But some pit stops to be had and some changes to be made. Let's
yes, that is them.
That is them? Okay.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Yeah. That is one of the unfortunate realities of sim racing is just sometimes things break, but it was absolute amazing time seeing you guys battle on track. So if you can, hopefully we can get some type of fix, but if not, we really enjoyed you here. Let's take a tour down the grid real quick, won't we, Thorn? So right now, Kenny McKee leading the P96, what I assume to be a hypercar class. Some type of high downforce car, right?
All of them having done a pit stop at this point.
Oh, McKee's been in the pit. Oh yeah, that's
Yes.
right. Okay.
So that was a surprise to me, to be honest. But the gap between him and Base was too high for too large for Base to catch up. Yeah.
And that could be a product of the driver swap as well. But
Forcing a long
nonetheless,
stop out.
yeah. Nonetheless, either way, Kenny McKee leading the hypercar category here. P1 Base Cannon over here in P2 driving with Halsey. I should really get the team names so that I can represent these guys as teams correctly, but don't currently have them up. But Wase, solo driver here, doing a pretty amazing job finishing out on the podium. Go ahead.
Clutch Ross going in for a driver swap, by the way.
All right, let's see who Clutch Russ is swapping with. I'm interested to see who his teammate will be. Jari is also back on the field, it looks like, so that's interesting. Project Purple rounding out the hypercar category. P4. Let's swap down. Garrido, who is currently in the pits, as you can see right there, is P1 in our GT3 category. He should be getting going anytime here. Might be a driver swap. Dimitri Oz, currently P2 in the GT3 category, just behind Garrido. Dimitri currently about to be on the main straight in a second here, giving some flashes to, I believe that's Tex in the car. Now Conviction, who is in for Clutch Russ. That'll be P4, I believe, or P3?
Yes, P3.
P3. Mylan, P4, rounding out the top 4, and Jump Raven rounding out the top 5. No driver swap for Jump Raven quite yet. Mr. Semp, whose car sounds like an absolute volcano of a machine, is going to be in P6, doing a pretty good job on his return to racing here. Kagerman, I don't know exactly how to say his name. In my head, I say it 8 different ways. But swapping in for Tater.
I'll ask him. I'll be right back.
Yeah, let's get a pronunciation check on him. So, but that is going to be a P7 for them at the moment. Yassarian, P8. Jari, oh, there it is, in the pits currently, but P9. Tex, who's swapped out currently for Karma. That's going to be P10. Marco Stagic in the Rust Ease 95 Lightning McQueen Acura race car. A little bit of a mouthful there. Is, I believe, P11. And Brandon, who is sadly departed from us, would be our P12, I believe. So let's jump into some action. We're going to skim the field here and try to find you something exciting to watch here. Still 3 hours of racing. So plenty more time for something to happen.
I have the true exciting news. It's Kagerman is how we're pronouncing his name. Kagerman.
All right. There we go.
I feel kind of bad. I came in a bit too quickly. I think I might have distracted him.
Well, you know, I think it was worth it. Let's see here.
I will note, Mylan has done a second pit stop now. So, I'll be honest, I don't know what's going on with that. But, there you go.
Now, has he done long stops on top of that? It seemed like his last one would have been a long stop. I think he had to do damage repair in that one, actually, when he went to hit the pits.
Yeah, I'm going to look at that incident, try to find it again. Around what time of the race was that? Like, that was just about 3 hours-ish, right?
I believe so, yeah, somewhere in there. It couldn't have been more than a couple minutes ago. But, so maybe...
See if I can find that, figure out what happened there, since that was interesting.
All right, we will send Thorn on a mission for us there for some information here. But Mylan Currently, what is Milan in? Currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rounding out the top 5 there. After the pit stop, Senf. P4. Just off the podium. Dimitri is now taking the lead back into his hands after the stops. Followed by Garrido there. And I don't know if... It seems to me like they are on separate laps. They are. So Garrido is going to be looking to unlap himself from Dimitri here. Jump Raven, a pure 40 seconds roughly from Garrido, and Senf, 18 seconds from Jump Raven. So a couple of these drivers a little bit spaced out at this moment, but there will be a little bit of time where they're spaced out, and then they will all conjoin back together at varying intervals of the race, because that's just what these drivers seem to do. Yeah, Milan's also had some pretty rough luck, Mr. Potato. Not exactly sure what's going on for him today, but hopefully able to save a decent result out of it nonetheless. Let's take a look at some of our swapped in drivers here. Conviction running in the spot of Clutch Russ at the moment in a beautiful livery. Let's make an inspection because I want to see the theme of this, but I need to get a little bit closer.
Alright, let's see.
Some green, some foresty green with some dragon style. Yeah, some dragon style artwork on there. It looks amazing.
I really like the shades of green.
Yeah, and a little bit of spray paint on the top there.
Sucker for a good green.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah, a little spray paint of art there on the top. But yeah, I love myself a good green, and I think this is a really, really nice combination for the AMG. So, doesn't seem to be any branding on who this might actually be that made this. But it's quite interesting, and I gotta say, I'm rocking with it. I'm rocking with it. This is pretty good. Let's take a look. Jari now in the car. You see Project Purple up there passing. I believe that's Milan on the main straight. And now another very nice livery with some more green. Don't want to see like a couple of biased green enjoyers, but I mean, again, I like this one a lot. I can't lie. The fade to black with the Heineken sponsorship across the top and some lights as well. This one, I think this one's also pretty solid and looks very good for the Lambo.
Apologies there. I had an odd connection issue, but I'm back. We're looking at another green livery here.
Let's see. Let me think. Oh, a obvious green livery that we haven't jumped to yet. Mr. Project Purple himself. In the
With a not very purple livery.
Yeah, it's interesting that Project Purple's livery color is green. I believe while he raced in the F1 series, he was running a purple livery, if I'm not mistaken. While Techley was running the F1 series. But HTB stands for Hostile Takeover Bank. So maybe from a different part of the world, because that's not one that I recognize. But I'd love to just label this the Sprite livery, because it really looks like a Sprite or like a mellow yellow. It's got like the same colors. But nonetheless, very, very beautiful. So
Sprite 86 car. Yeah, I don't think he's Hostile Bank anymore. He's the Sprite 86 car.
I love that for him. I honestly love that he's the Sprite 86 car. That's I think that's what we're gonna. That's the moniker we're gonna give to Project Purple, is the Sprite 86.
Alrighty.
Someone said Chick Hicks' car. That's a pretty solid comparison. Let's see here. Mop Top's talking about the strategy from the Venus CRD team. You may be thinking that that's Base Cannon, but actually that is Mr. Ayash Garrido. And I believe Chloroform as well is on that team.
I believe so.
Yeah, so I think that's Venus CRD. Noting that they've taken their, I believe, their long stop early. Yeah, and Dimitri has not.
Yep, that would be Ayash and Chloro on the CRD team.
All right. Yeah, that's those two swapping in for CRD here. And although having taken the long stop, actually, no, still hasn't unlapped himself from Dimitri. So Dimitri's got a pretty harrowing lead here at the moment, if I'm honest. We know what Dimitri can do on track. He's pretty deadly. But to be a lap down from that is definitely a tough feat to come back from. But if anybody can do it, it probably is the CRD team for Venus.
And I don't believe Dimitri's done a long stop yet. I believe we've seen a short stop, but not entirely certain.
I would tend to agree with you. I think that that is right. But also the track under a yellow flag. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's possibly a glitch or if someone's actually moving slowly. It could be the result of somebody in the pits as well.
Not seeing anyone in the pits, but I'm not seeing any incidents on track, so don't really know what's up with that.
Let me search around and see if we can get some information. Marco Stagic, text, conviction, Yassarian. Yassarian's out there. Someone is... It looked like I just saw somebody driving out the pits just now. I'm jumping around, but I can't seem to find who that might have been. But nonetheless, let's hop on with our P3 in the GT3 class here, Jump Raven. Almost, what is this? 4 hours of Bahrain, so about an hour away or so from the halfway point. And Jump Raven rounding out the top 3 for the last podium slot, followed by Sen. Some good racing so far. We saw Jump Raven, I believe, was around Sen earlier in the race. But now it seems like they've separated a little bit here, and Jump Raven is comfortably in third at the moment.
Yep, 25-second gap between Sen and Jump.
Yeah, so that is, we'll see if that closes up sometime soon. Now look at this. We have Yassarian following very, very closer to Kagerman. Is that what it is? Am I right with that?
I believe so.
All right.
I believe so.
I think that's right. Hopefully I didn't already forget it. But these two now coming together. Now we saw Yassarian go a little bit hard with Kagerman's teammate Tater. And it seemed like there was a little bit of contact sometimes between those two. So let's see how this battle goes on through here. Yassarian down the inside after the hypercar traffic there opened him up a little bit of a space and was able to make it through there nice and clean. But Kagerman's not giving him any space. He's right on his tail down the main straight using all the slipstream that he can. Let's see if there is a late swap out to the outside for the lunge. Oh, and it's so late that it almost doesn't make any sense. Kagerman down the inside. Wow.
Can't keep the apex, though.
Yeah, wasn't able to hold it there. And went a little bit deep. Yassarian around the outside in T2. Yassarian learning from the mistakes that I think he made a little bit earlier in this race where he was getting swapped in that same way. So Yassarian learning and growing even in this race, but doing a very good job to make his way past Kagerman. Kagerman doing his best to defend, but couldn't quite keep a hold of that position. Yeah, Yassarian tracing down Jari, I believe, but not for position. That'll be some lap traffic. Yassarian's next goal is Milan. 17 seconds up the road. So he'll have a little bit of time before he's up there.
So a little bit of information on our hypercar class. P1 and 2 are running softs, and 3 and 4 are running medium. Along with that, we have the new fastest lap from base with a 45.9 for rounding up by a few tenths, a few hundredths.
Solid. So base up there, maybe trying to make some time up for the driver swaps he had to do. And look at this. I mean, under 7.5 seconds from
compared to.
Good.
He was 12 just we checked on him not that long ago. It's made up a good time.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago that I think he had 30 full seconds back from Kenny. So now within 7 is a pretty
Tex
solid
and Marco
drive.
having a crash.
Uh-oh.
Tex just pulling away now.
Let's see if we can catch anything off of that. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like they both recovered there. That's unfortunate. Two guys towards the rear of the field trying to battle for everything they've got, but unfortunately coming together. You hate to see that for their race today. Oh, and look at that. Jari has some lap traffic all over the apex there as Kagerman goes through to lap Jari there. Looks like he got away with it that time, but it seemed a little bit close, but doing well not to touch each other. Conviction, who if you missed it once before, is in for clutch Russ at the moment. Swooping down into this tight right-hander. He's a bit in no man's land, much like the rest of the field. A lot of these guys have a decent spacing between them and their opponents that they're actually trying to fight. But nonetheless, 43 laps in and not yet nearing the halfway point. Only been really going for about an hour and 20 minutes or so. So plenty of time left to see what's going to happen in the midpoint of the 4 hours of Bahrain for the ESRC Challenge. Or I guess it's ESRC Racing Series, but this is the ESRC Challenge. Look up here, Dimitri Oss now getting passed by Project Purple with Ayash Garito, or sorry, El Garito registered on the server, but Mr. Ayash still a lap down from Dimitri.
So I'll be honest, I'm wondering if that's CMRT, because on my end on live timings it's showing he's 2 seconds down.
It may be with the driver swaps. It could possibly be CMRT bugging.
I'm not entirely certain. That's just what I'm seeing on my end.
From what I understand, Garrido has done the long stop and Dimitri hasn't. So for me, it seems normal that they would be about a lap down. But not 100% sure. Maybe if we can have more information on that.
No, you are right. It's a lap down, which is odd because it's showing me the second down, which
Oh,
clearly isn't right.
could be just their physical time on track rather than, necessarily like their lap difference there. But that's good because I actually can't see their physical distance on track. I can only just see that he's a lap down chasing. So, some good information there nonetheless. Let's hop around. Let's try to find two guys who are possibly close on track to each other. Currently can't find anything super close. Senf has a massively loud car every time I go into this.
Yeah.
It just seems to be way louder than the others. It's so odd.
I believe he's the only... I don't actually know what the Bayer is in real life.
I believe you're correct. I think it's the only one I've seen on track.
It is the only Bayer on track.
Yeah.
What is that car in real life? Because they're avoiding copyright there.
Yeah. I actually don't know what its alternative is supposed to be on the actual track itself. I think it's a M6, if I'm not mistaken.
Clearly has the body shape for it.
I believe so.
Some somewhat interesting news. We've got base now within 3 seconds of P1.
Yeah, you can see it there, but oh, look at that. Base Cannon now dipping into
Ooh.
the pits. So not looking for that battle this time around and is opting for a pit stop.
I think you're right. I think they're going for the 4 pit. I would assume a 4 pit plan at this point, but we'll see.
Maybe, but at this point, who really knows? Look at Tex, and I believe that's, is that, oh my gosh. Jump Raven. That's what I'm thinking of, Jump Raven. Coming together here, not quite for position. But I believe, is Tex catching to Jump Raven, or has Jump Raven started to leave Tex?
Ugh. I see the gap to Jari on my end, so I'm not entirely certain. But Tex's last lap time was a 5.3. Jump Ravens was a 1.8. So I would assume not. I would assume Jump's pulling ahead, but you never know.
I think that would make sense because I believe Texas lap traffic here. Base Cannon now out of the pits for a pit stop. Not quite a driver change. That swap Project Purple up into P3. Now Base Cannon running P4 with a fresh set of tires. He has a little bit of GT3 traffic to come through here and take care of, but he should do well to move around them. Let's pop over to Jump Raven. Let's get on board with Jump Raven for a second and watch this man put the Lux to work. Currently running in P3 for the GT3 class, so having a solid effort so far. Got about 30 minutes to the halfway point of the race so far.
Yep, with around a 28-second gap to P4.
Yeah, and that'll be Semp behind him, looking to make a podium spot on his debut. Now, it's a tall ask to ask the man, the myth, the legend, but it is very possible if he puts it together. But right now, Jump Raven holding securely on to P3 and is not interested or worried about anybody taking that off of him at the moment. His goal is to try and catch up to Garrido or to hold his position if he can. Either or would be quite the result after about 4 hours at Bahrain. And you can see that just the way that Jump Raven is using the steering inputs here, just very, very smooth on his inputs everywhere that he's going. Just good steering, good throttle control from him, and is doing a pretty good job to keep the car settled. Like we said, that Lexus is a pretty big beast to handle on track, but it is obviously the favored car, I think, this weekend. Either that or the Lamborghini. One of those two being the favored car for this weekend. Now, we've seen Milan and Semp swap positions on the track here. I don't believe they were coming close together. I wonder if Semp maybe had a bit of a moment, possibly, going through one of the corners here, but he's no longer in P4. Milan's now in P4. Semp 17 seconds behind. So my guess is going to be that Semp has had a little bit of a moment and is now running away from Yasserian, who's about a second and a half behind, going in the back straight here, the infield straight, whichever you'd like to call it. Fielding in the only driver inside of the M6 GT3 car. And if you're thinking it looks a little bit odd, so do we. The wingless GT3 car. An absolute sight to see on the track. And a sight to see.
It's not wingless. It's got the wing. It's got two of them.
That's true. That's true, actually. Can't call it wingless quite. There's maybe more than one allowed wing on the car. Wonder if that's legal or not. That'll be maybe some of the stewards here, or our race director, can tell us if that's legal for Semp to have two wings on the car instead of the one.
See, I'd ask him, but he'd actually think it was a serious question, so
yeah.
we'll avoid that for now.
He might. Oh man, as he runs from Yasserian, but Yasserian catching at quite some pace here. We saw some Yasserian glaze earlier in the chat saying that he found his pace, and you can kind of see that. Dropped a little bit off there. Semp had a good section, but Yasserian still on the rear and looking to make light of Semp's mistakes there and to take that position off of him for what is going to be the GT3 P5 position. So the top five, and oh, look at that.
Ooh.
Semp has got the rear spun up and has had a massive moment coming out of that corner. That'll give Yasserian that position, and I wonder if Semp maybe had a similar moment before, and that's what made him lose that position to Milan, fighting for that P4 slot. It's that commentator's curse, prevalent as ever.
2 times already this race.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Semp, especially at this stage in the races where you want to have a lot of confidence in your car. And unfortunately, it just seems like it's let go from him just a little bit there.
Currently, P4, Base Cannon's the only one on soft tires, but he seems to be pulling around a second a lap on everyone, if not 2 seconds. 5 seconds actually on our leader. Oh, it looks like he had a bad last lap.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on the board here. Yeah, look at that. Base Cannon's last lap being a 1:45.9. Project Purple just in front of him at a 1:47.5. So Base Cannon really taking a chunk out of the times ahead of him on track on those soft tires. And it looks like he's going for a nice aggressive stint this time around as he's coming up on a little bit of GT3 traffic, but it should be absolutely no problem for him.
A little bit of rubbing between Garito and Dimitri.
Yes, sir. These two fighting. Garito fighting to unlap himself. Look at that. Dimitri cutting off Garito. Oh, Garito just barely hangs the nose down the inside. How is that even possible? Trying to go around the outside. They're going through the S's side by side. It is so close, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, Dimitri has hit Garrido. Garrido kept it under control, and he's going down the inside of Dimitri there. Oh my gosh, they're rubbing and racing all day, every day here. Garrido fighting to unlap himself. Dimitri fighting to keep Ayash a lap behind. Into Ayash into the back of Dimitri. He's pushed Dimitri off the track. Ayash is now
Oh, the flashes are real.
Yeah, the flashes of anger maybe from Dimitri there. I wonder if Ayash is going to be giving that place back to Dimitri, or if he feels that maybe Dimitri broke a little bit too late. Look at that. Dimitri flaring out to almost hit Ayash, going into the left-hander here.
I'm going to get right on him.
And I do have word that Ayash did let Dimitri back pass. Did not mean to go into the rear of him down there. But Ayash not giving him anything more than an inch to come right back at him down the main straight. He's going to be all in that slipstream. He's got a pretty good run out of the last corner. So let's see if he's going to make that dive. Let's see how Dimitri will react to said dive, because it has to be coming, surely. Ayash closing up to the rear of him. Swings out to go down the inside. Who's later on the brakes? It looks like Garrido is later on the brakes. Parks it on the apex right in front of Dimitri. Swings around to turn 2 and has unlapped himself from Dimitri Oz. So Dimitri now still in the lead, ladies and gentlemen, but no longer a full lap ahead of Ayash Garrido, and that is going to be a very important part of Garrido's race today.
Amazing work. Amazing racing between the two of them.
Yeah, some great racing between the two. A little bit of contact, but I think the two of them kept it relatively clean for the most part, as much as they could, and have now separated just a little bit here. But Dimitri, can't count him out. He's very, very eligible to come right back at Ayash if he sees the opportunity. So Ayash has got to be on the limit as he leads in front of Dimitri on the track, but not in the standings. Let's check.
Both being...
sorry. Go ahead. You're fine.
Both being experienced racers. I think Dimitri won LFM's GT3 category for the Green Howe.
Oh my.
Yes.
Wow. Yep, that would make a lot of sense. I do remember Dimitri in the Nürburgring. I think it was a 4-hour race for Tech.
I believe so.
Yeah, and he murdered that race from start to finish. So, but today, fighting with Garrido. Garrido showing him what it's about here at Bahrain. Base Cannon here. Last time we were in with Base Cannon, I believe he was, 18 seconds from Project Purple? Now 14 seconds from Project Purple.
Keeps on putting those consistent lap times down.
Yeah, last lap being that 146.7 to Project Purple's 148.7. So at this point, a full 2 seconds down on Purple. I think he did have a 145 a little bit earlier. But yeah, 145.8 being the best lap here. But catching up on those soft tires.
We have seen 2 stops already from the base, and I forget his teammates' name.
Halsey.
They were done. Halsey, thank you. 2 stops already from them, with everyone else currently being on 1. So I'll be interested to see how that soft tire strategy goes for them. Everyone else is on mediums.
Yeah, this is their stint to really be aggressive and make up as much time as they can. And, oh, a massive wiggle from Base Cannon going into that corner there. That was huge. It's crazy that he was able to hold on to that. That was a massive moment. But, oh, and look at that. Oh, so much oversteer. My Lord. Base Cannon is really throwing this car around. Those soft tires maybe starting to fall off just a little bit there. Now screaming down the main straight. Potato noting that between the LMDHs and the GT3s there hasn't been much terrorism, which I would agree with. I think we've only really had maybe one incident so far all race.
It's been good. We've gotten a lot better compared to some of our previous events, especially on the RRR side.
Yeah, for sure. Mugello was had a lot of contact going on for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting to say the least.
But
dealing with the tickets was fun, I guess.
Yeah, that was an interesting race. That was a race for the ages. I did enjoy it. It's a good race, but it was a race for the ages. But this week the drivers have really brought their best, and I think it shows. You can definitely see that these guys are locked in and doing their best to try and get the result that they've practiced for. Moving here to jump Raven is where I'm trying to go. There we go.
Hoffer also telling us that that Milan made a setup change, hopefully fixing some of his tire wear issues he was having.
Ah, okay. So Milan possibly back into the fight now, so that'll be good. Yeah, I'm hearing the BOP on the Lambo was a little bit harsh. So that makes sense. It definitely is the favored choice of car this weekend. Between that and the Lux, either or. But the Lux is just kind of a jack of all trades, to be fair. So, noting Garrido's and Dimitri's lap time consistency. I've got to be honest. Obviously, Dimitri is a Nord specialist, you know, and is an absolute demon in that car. But my full props go to Ayash El Garrito to be in that battle. I was not aware of El Garrito's game before today, and
no,
he's shown it.
Amazingly good. I'm always so surprised by him.
Absolutely. I mean, he is killing it out here on track, taking the fight to Dimitri, and he's kept it pretty clean, and he's kept it consistent, and I think that's what's going to serve him well in the second half of the race, which we are slowly creeping up on, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours and 18 minutes left to go. At that 2 hour mark, that is halfway, and still so much more racing to show you guys for the last half of today. And yeah, Jacob, we're aware that there is a constant yellow flag. We're not sure why. I see one person in the pits on the map, but I don't think that's yellow flag worthy. So we're just in a bit of a perma yellow flag, but ignore it for now. And if maybe we can get an update on possibly why, if that's a CMRT thing or maybe a track thing. But we are under a green flag for racing.
So, it only took me an hour, but I was looking at Milan's incident coming into the pits, and it looks like just before he was supposed to turn in, he had a change of decision and braked hard and nicked the barrier as he was coming on back out onto track.
Wow. So, genuinely just hit the wall.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm surprised too.
Yeah, that is.
Gonna try to... I'm gonna see if I can find the incident with the hypercar.
Yeah, that was Project Purple a little bit before him. That's interesting. That's unfortunate for Milan because he did have to go in there. Not only was he not in the pits, but then he had to repair damage when he got back, and I know it would have been a hefty amount of damage.
It was a pretty bad incident.
Yeah, Potato saying in, stay out, stay out, stay out.
Yes.
So yeah, very reminiscent of that.
Already in the best.
Look at this, Wase Anjum, 2 seconds behind Kenny McKee. So that is quite an interesting battle that we may see shape up here in a few laps. Let's see Wase's last lap being a 1:46.9, Kenny's last lap being a 1:47.4. So these two should come together here in the next couple of laps if they keep those paces. If you're unsure, this is the lead for the hypercar slot, or I guess LMDH, as Potatoes let us know.
Oh, hypercar sounds so much cooler.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if I said I drive an LMDH, maybe you think I drive a forklift. If I say I drive a hypercar, then you'd really be interested. But what I'm really interested in is Wase going to send it down the inside of Kenny here any second now.
Ooh.
He goes for the late lunge.
There we go.
Look at that. Wase swoops himself into the lead of the LMDH category there. Now that is a hypercar, if you ask me. That's a hypercar.
Yeah, Potato. We understand it's the technically correct term, but come on.
Come on. He's absolutely electric out there in that thing right now. What a move from Wase, and he's already pulling close to a second on Kenny. At 8/10 of the gap there for a second. A little bit of GT3 traffic did not help. It's 7/10 now. I don't think Kenny is going to have a response to the move that Wase has just done on him, and he's getting a little bit tangled up there with the GT3. I believe that's Conviction in the car right now. Currently slot 11 and 7. No, sorry. Yeah, I believe 7 for GT3s.
The base can rapidly catching up to Project Purple, pulling on around 2 seconds a lap on him.
Yes, still pulling around 2 seconds a lap. That is a crazy stint from Base Cannon at the moment.
That being said, I'm going to leave you for a few minutes to have breakfast because I forgot to do that.
Hey, you and me both, brother. Go get something to eat. We'll see you in a little bit.
See you shortly.
Yeah. Now that it's just me, let's say some wacky stuff on the stream. No, I'm kidding. No, but Base Cannon doing a crazy job pulling 2 seconds every lap consistently. He's doing pretty wild over here. Let's go back. Let's give some love to the rest of the field, right? Because we've got some absolutely amazing drivers out here. Kagerman out here swapped in for Tater as his teammate. Right now he's running in, what is that, 5th position, I believe, for the GT3s. So doing a very good job to round out the top 5, if I'm not mistaken. With a beautiful livery, by the way, as well. And piloting that car to the best of his ability, which in my eyes is quite impressive. So absolutely amazing performance from Kagerman there. Conviction in for his teammate Clutch Russ. He's been in the car for quite some time now, and he's been doing a pretty good job of it, if I do say so myself. Another amazing livery. Now, you're going to hear a lot of that, ladies and gentlemen, but we don't give that term out here lightly. If you don't have a good livery, we are not going to say you have a good livery, but a lot of these liveries today are absolutely cooking. So we love to see that on the track. Conviction doing a very good job slowly catching up to Kagerman. He's got 5.8 seconds, a little bit of a wiggle there, but he's keeping it nice and tidy. Let's show a little love to our guy Jump Raven here in the Lexus. Look at those faded out headlights with the grid sponsorship there, and he's running the all black. That car looks mean in the nighttime of Bahrain. And right in front of him, as I'm sure you can probably hear, is the one and only Senf, who is running in, I believe, 4th position for the GT3s, doing a pretty amazing job despite some of those spins a little bit earlier. Two things of hypercars coming through. That's Wasey Anjum, followed by Kenny McKee. Wasey, who we just saw steal the lead off of Kenny just a second ago, is swooping through the GT3 traffic. Give a little love to our boys down here. We have Jari. Look at that Milan coming through. Looks like Jari got out the way very nice and easy. Another amazing livery by both Milan and Jari. Jari on track, doing a very good job to just keep it on the track, just do his race and run it to the end. Absolutely, you've got to be in it to win it here at Bahrain. If you're not in it, you could never win it. And Jari is in it to win it. So absolutely amazing to see Jari on track here today, along with Tex. The same goes for Tex. Another amazing livery, ladies and gentlemen. And just set his personal best lap, I believe. So he's absolutely found his pace. He's flying now. Let's see if he can make his way up the grid. He has plenty of time to do so. Anything can happen in these last 2 hours. Marco Stajic here in the beautiful, beautiful Lightning McQueen livery. One of the best liveries on the grid. I'm also getting some word that Dimitri has done his first long stop, and he's going to be maybe about a minute behind Ayash. That's something that we will check back in on in a second here. But giving some love to our boy Marco here, who is paired up with Joel Baker. We know that, the two Aussies running in the Acura, which seems to just be struggling at the track. Not necessarily. These two seem to be piloting very, very well. But the Acura seemed to be a rough car to take around here. So was the favorite car in Mugello, but today, not so much. Now let's take a look at Dimitri here. Dimitri, if he were to do his first long stop here, I believe would maybe end up about a minute or so behind Ayash Garito, and that is when I believe they would become equal on pits as well. So possibly Ayash Garito leading the GT3 category virtually here, but on track, still running just behind him, about 70 seconds. He's gone up the road a little bit to unlap himself, and he's still looking to do that and get as close as he can before Dimitri's long pit stop. Showing some love to our double wing GT3. Now you might say it's wingless, but if you check either side of the car, two massive wings on there. And that thing is looking at you from all angles. Eyes on the front, side, and rear. Quite disturbing, but nonetheless, a pretty cool livery from our guy Semp there. I believe custom made as well. So always love to see something like that. Sparks flying from the floor of that car as it just rides the ground as he's loading the car up through some of these high G corners. He does have who I believe to be Jump Raven behind him, if I'm not wrong. Doing a good job. He had a couple of spins a little bit earlier, but is now kind of in his groove and driving very, very well. Let's take a look over here. Oh, it is the commentator's curse, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if I had $1 for every single time we swapped to somebody spinning within the next 5 seconds, I would be a rich man. I'd be a very rich man. I came over here to say that Conviction was slowly catching up to Kegerman there, and he was much closer than he was before, but now about almost 5 seconds away after that slide. But he did very well to keep it on the track and to do what he could to avoid a full spin. Jump Raven here, just passing who I believe is Jari, but I don't believe that's for lap. I believe that's, or sorry, I don't believe that's for position. I believe that's for lap. So a little bit of lap traffic coming through there. let's take a look at this. Conviction still within, just outside of 4 seconds of Kagerman. So looks like he's not going to be catching up quite yet. Is this that we have Senf in the pits? I believe that is the truth. Look at him sitting there menacingly. Let's take a look over here to Kenny McKee, who has the lead of the race now. So somewhere in here, Kenny McKee and Wase Anjum have swapped again. 4 seconds between the two. Not sure how they managed to do that, but they have managed to do that.
Oh, Kenny is back up front, I see.
Yeah, I just noticed. I don't know what happened to Wase, but somewhere in there he has swapped those positions around. Wase 4 seconds behind Kenny now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are slowly coming up to the halfway mark. Look at that, Kenny now hitting the pits. So Wase will resume his lead of the race, and we're slowly approaching about halfway. 2 hours, 6 minutes left of running that we have. You can see the safety car and the casting van there in the pits as well, looking amazing. Yassarian flies past on the main straight. Let's swap to him. We haven't been with Yassarian in quite some time. Yassarian running in... Where is Yassarian at right now? Is this P3 for the GT3s? Dimitri Garrido,
P4.
P4 for the GT3s. So, I believe Kenny's also doing a driver swap, so that's why you'll see his name grayed out at the moment. So, driver swap for Kenny about halfway through the race. But,
Jacob Anderson, but I just saw him disconnect again, so hoping there's no network issues on their part. That's always horrible if that happens.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. I believe Jacob's also been in our chat for the live stream, so he's now hopping in to drive the car, which is lovely. I'm sure he's been waiting quite some time, and it's now ready to show us what he can do. Take a look at these two. Coming back at it, Conviction. Now making another attack on Kagerman. These two currently swapped in for the drivers that started the race. And oh my gosh, commentator's curse is so real, Thorn, because we've seen Kagerman go and have I think that was a little bit of oversteer that shoved him into cutting the corner. He's wide there as well. He's just struggling in that dirty air behind Kagerman, I think, but trying to do his best. Also, Mob Top suggesting that maybe Dimitri is carrying some rear damage from that fight with Ayash, and that could be very possible.
Take a look at our lap times.
And look at this. Look at that. Conviction is all over the rear end of Kagerman. He swings out to the inside. Looks like he gets on the brakes deeper. Hits the apex beforehand and is gone on the straight. Look at that. Trying to break that slipstream as much as he can. But Kagerman's not going to be letting that one pass lightly. He is in the slipstream. He's going to be catching. Is he going to make an incredible lunge down the outside now? Because Conviction's gone to defend. Swung back for the squeeze. Let's see if Kagerman's going to... Oh, he's going to look around the outside. Thought he was going to go for a switchback. It didn't happen. And Conviction swings around the outside of turn 2. And Kagerman has to concede that position and has to let it go. He's going to be looking to swap those back if he can. But at the moment, Conviction now in front of Kagerman.
So as we're looking at fights happening, how do you prefer to defend when you're coming down a long straight? You've got a driver behind you.
For lack of better words, like an asshole.
Oh.
like, that's all I can say. I'm a squeezer. I can't lie. I can't lie.
Oh, squeezer. Oh.
Yeah, I am a cars with and a cars with only. Got that off of my F4 teammate, Mr. Talltech. So.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, some of these guys, it's so interesting to watch them because they'll swing to like about the middle of the track for defense, but there's just so much more track you could be using. Like, I would love to just open it up just a little bit. Go squeeze a guy, pause, and then hit your apex how you would normally. I love that for a defense, but around here with such a wide track, I guess you do have many options that you could take.
In at least the rookie server, we'll see a lot of drivers starting to learn to taking the middle of the track is a pretty good idea for defense. But as you said, they'll leave at least a car's width, if not, well, 2 cars width to the car they're defending, and they lose so much exit speed on that.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of drivers tend to kind of get caught up, is losing that exit speed while defending and then still being overtaken. And you just got to find a way to, maximize that, or just make your car as big as possible when you come out of that exit. Now, I will say Bahrain Turn 1, I think, could be a little bit of an exception because exit speed doesn't really exist till you hit about Turn 2. But nonetheless, I think some of the same rules maybe apply in some way, shape, or form.
We now have Base leading the hypercar group.
Ooh, okay, so there's been a swap up there. Let's jump over to that. Let's see what's going on over there. So Base Cannon has bided his time. We saw Wase Anjum resume the lead, but he's about 60 seconds behind Base, so I'm going to assume that Wase's come in for a pit stop.
So we've seen 2 pit stops from everyone besides Purple in the LMDH, but I will note we did have that early pit stop from commentator's curse.
Yeah, Base Cannon going a little bit deep there into Turn 1 right as we get on board.
They had that early pit stop, which seems to mean they're around a half stop, I guess. Around a tiny bit ahead of schedule on their pit stops for the Base and Halsey team.
All right, and that makes sense because they did take that early stop in the beginning of the race.
Yeah, only 40 minutes into the race, I think.
Yeah, very early on to fix some damage, I believe. But
with
now paying off dividends.
Crash with karma. Yes, clearly. Putting in a lot of work.
Absolutely, and it will be interesting to see. Now, eventually they're going to have to get off these hard tires. Will they swap drivers again? Or will Base Cannon continue this stint in the middle, get on some hard tires, try to build a gap, and then hand it back off to Halsey?
To be honest, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know enough of how their team runs to really speak to that.
Yeah, that's my best guess, but still anything could happen as well. So we'll see. We also, I believe, have Dimitri in the pits, and we have Potato calling that this is probably going to be a long stop this time around. I think I would tend to agree, as he's still in there.
Drivers need 2 long stops, so I don't think he's done one, which means he's got 2 to make up for within the next hour, with this probably being one of them.
That's going to put him in a little bit of a tough position. 3 minutes is a lot to lose in that half of the race, especially having to do 2 so close back to back. You kind of lose everything that you gain after doing your long stop by having to do another relatively soon after. So it'll be interesting to see if Dimitri can pull that off. But look at that. Garito now leading the GT3 class of the 4 hours of Bahrain. It's taken him about 2-ish hours to officially lead it, but I think we could probably call this a genuine lead for Garito, as Dimitri is finally catching up on the pit stops. Garito's streaming down the straight.
Purple also in the pits, doing his second pit stop. catching up to the group.
That's good to know. So purple will have now done. So is everybody in the LMDH now done their 2 longs?
I don't. So I'll be honest, I can't see long pit stops. I can see pit stops, but not long. So I'm not entirely certain. Okay. Real penalty is not the kindest to me in that way.
Yeah, I can speak the same for CMRT, so I get you.
Yeah. Os now trying to make his way out of the pits.
Is that Project Purple or who?
Sorry, Purple and Os both left the pits.
Gotcha.
Dimitri. Os. Why am I saying Os?
Both out of the pits now. Back on track. Dimitri has some lap traffic, but is about 68 seconds away from Garito. So it's about a half a lap and some change or so.
So just hearing from Potato now that Dimitri, that was his first long pit stop, and on top of that, Ayash had already done a long pit stop. So this is around the timings that we'd expect, with both of them having done a long pit stop at this point.
Gotcha. So that'll be interesting to see that kind of come to a close towards the end of the race there. We can see Base Cannon getting caught up behind just a little bit of GT3 traffic, but making his way out of there. Let's check up on, let's see, somebody. Jump Raven. Let's check up on Jump Raven coming through. What is that, turn 1? In a big gap of no man's land for Jump Raven here. And this is always the hardest part of Enduros. I say this a lot, but 68 seconds to your opponent behind, 81 seconds to your opponent in front. It's like, who are you really racing around the track, But Jump Raven still in it to win it. Doing a very good job to be pretty consistent as well, I believe. So that's pretty awesome.
So with you being a more experienced racer, at what point during endurance events do you start to feel the fatigue sit in, especially for solo events like this?
I think so. I've never done anything this long solo, but my guess is that fatigue would have probably started hitting sometime just before halfway, and is probably now settling in a little bit more so for those who aren't able to, or who don't have as much experience dealing with the fatigue. That's my best guess. For me personally, I probably would have felt fatigued from lap 1, bro. I'd be like, bro, 4 hours of this, like I can't stop racing people. I don't know how to give up a position. But so that's something I always admire about these guys, is their ability to just stay in for the long haul. But I would say maybe on a serious note, probably around this point, maybe a little bit later, you start to kind of feel that fatigue. You're sweating, and you start to get tired of running the same old track over and over and over again. 69 laps, by the way, in case anybody was looking at the lap counter.
For me, once we get to around this time in the race, especially once the pack's kind of settled out, what you're starting to see is mostly pit stop strategy. It gets rough. It's trying to pay attention without anything to fight for. Well, you're fighting, but still, there isn't a driver visibly ahead that you're trying to gain on.
Yeah, that's
always rough.
That's always the hardest part, I think, is trying to race the clock instead of the driver that you are looking at in front of you. Because at that point, you just are making sure that you're staying consistent, not making mistakes, and running a good lap time.
Any liveries we haven't taken a look at yet? Or are we pretty much... Ooh, I like that one. I haven't seen that one, to be honest. That's sweet.
The Lightning McQueen?
That is great. How did I not see that before?
I don't know, actually, but it is one of the best liveries on this grid by far. The Lightning McQueen is so good.
That is put together very nicely. Jeez.
It is. When that made the debut in Mugello, I was definitely all over that one. It was, that's a really good one. Look at that. The rusties, the flames on the side, the text, the font, everything is just absolutely perfect.
Good work. Whoever did that. That is nice.
Yeah, very good transfer over to the Acura as well. Fits the body style well as well. We have Milan in the pits here.
Definitely.
So that means Jump Raven and I believe Kagerman as well, also jumping a spot ahead. Dimitri, I'm trying to find out who's behind El Garrido going across the finish line now. Can't quite seem to get an eye on it. It might be purple. Yeah, it's purple running from Jump Raven there. So I'll swap you on to El Garrido. And I'm going to leave you with the stream for a little bit. I will be right back in just a couple of minutes. But I also am going to go get food. Because I'm starved until now, so.
Yeah, Oh, perfect timing. We're gonna watch him in the pits for a good while.
Here we go in the pits. I'll switch for you. I won't make you watch the pit stop. Let's swap.
Driver swap.
Oh, okay.
Let's do Dimitri or Base. Either or.
Dimitri or Base. Let's see. Oh, well, Base has got the company of Wasey Anjum within 5 seconds.
Perfect.
And he's also got Kenny as live traffic. So I will leave you with that. And I'll be back in just a little bit.
So we have Chloroform now swapping in for Garrido. And I'll be honest, I haven't seen much of Chloroform racing, so I'll be interested to see how he fares. We've only got a 6 to 5 second gap between Wasey depending on the corner. But Base pit last lap. Yes, he did. So last lap was a 55, or was that instant? I'm not entirely certain, but we have a 55 for last lap, and a 46 by Wasey for last lap. So that is interesting to say the least. Oh, a drive-through penalty for Milan. Thank you very much, Potato. With conviction. Oh, and did we just have a base cannon swap? I'll be honest, I'm not entirely certain. Oh wait, no. I'm way back in the stream. Why am I looking at the YouTube stream? I should be looking at the Discord stream. That makes a lot more sense. So, here, we'll go through... Because we're here, let's go through the gaps. Ooh. That was interesting. Go through the gaps we have. Base currently leading our race for the LMDH class with Wasey 5 to 4 seconds behind. Project Purple a lap down, Kenny a lap down. Currently have Dimitri leading, but I believe he's only done one long stop, and we've got Ayosh and Chloroform, the CDR boys, CRD boys, with 2 of their long stops out of the way now. With Chloroform swapping in for Ayash, Yas behind them. With Conviction, Crag, Jump, Mylan, and Semp. With 23 second gap between Semp and Mylan. And we've got Tex, Marco, and Jasper to round us off. Chloroform is just leaving the pits now. Coming up behind Base Cannon. Should give Wase a car to work through. If he catches in on a straight, shouldn't be a big deal, but during the corners that can be a little bit aggravating, to say the least. So far, it seems like the strategy Base and I still can't remember his name. Hasley. Or Asley. Have gone with has worked out for them. With them being the only team on soft tires. But the a new fastest lap by Base Cannon. A 45.4. With the next fastest lap being a 46.1. Massive difference there. That 46.1 is by Wase, with Project Purple having another 46.1. But again, Kenny has switched to the soft tires again. Just an interesting note. Dimitri and Yas, Chloroform, our current top 3. Dimitri P1, Yas P2, Chlor P3. It looks like Base is starting to pull away on Wase. With just a few laps ago, we only had a 5-second gap, but now we're up to 7. With Base's last lap being a 45.5 and Wase's being a 47.1. Dimitri is being tailed. Unfortunately, I cannot switch camera views because our good man over here, J2, is on his break, but being tailed by Chloroform. A few seconds behind. But they are a lap down. Again, though, only 1 long stop by Dimitri. 2 by Chloroform and Ayash. Potato, bring up Saren recovering well, but yes, he certainly has. Back up to P2. Currently done 3 pit stops. With most people in the GT3s having done 2, besides Mylan at 4 and Conviction at 3. And then Tex and Marco at 3 and 4.
All right.
Hello. Welcome back.
Thank you. Anything interesting going on?
Not really. Well, actually, yes, we had chloroform switch in for
yeah.
IOSH. That's given them their 2 long stops done.
All right.
And I'm not certain how many stops Yossarian's done, but he's up into P2 for the GT3s.
Oh wow! Okay. Wow.
Holy! And another a wicked lap by Base Cannon again. Of 44.9.
Oh my gosh!
Jeez!
On those same softs?
The same softs. He's only done 3 pit stops.
Oh my gosh, bro!
So those tires I'd say they're around 15. I'd say they're around 20 laps old at this point.
Wow, that's pretty wild. That's a great time. I really am happy you brought up chloroform switching into the car here, because this is the driver I've been waiting to see on the grid all day. Chloroform is got to be one of the most colorful drivers out here, I think. He's got an amazing reputation in the Venus F4 League for defending like an absolute lion when he needs to. And I can say from personal experience, it's both helped and hurt me in times, but the man can drive. So it's always great to see Chloroform running around the track.
And I'll be honest, this is my first time seeing Chloroform driving.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, genuinely one of my favorite drivers to go up against here, and currently running in 3rd, and that'll be after their long stop that they've just done for their driver swap, right?
Yes, so they've done their 2 long stops.
Okay.
And I'm not entirely certain how many long stops Yossarian has done, but I know Dimitri's only done 1.
Understood. Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Again, Milan using all of the track that's available, and not just what's within the track limits. So an interesting strategy he's still got going for himself here. Running in, what is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th right now. So a pretty solid result for the GT3s. Because there are some really big hitters up here running some pretty insane strategies and doing well to recover from that setup change that he had a little bit earlier on. So and it will be interesting to see if Chloroform decides to get a little bit of the elbows out here against Milan, because it looks like at the moment Milan is catching. So we'll see if Chloroform decides to defend this or to let this go, because this is not his race for today. He's looking to lose as little time as possible and to catch up to Yossarian, if that's possible. And yeah, let's through Milan without any serious troubles, swinging through turn 3. It's just so, dude, it's like we could do a million laps here and it'd be cool every time, I can't lie. But look at this, coming back for a lunge down the inside, and ooh, Milan looks like he kind of took the nose off of Chloroform there a little bit. Looks like he went down the inside, but Milan just wasn't having any of that, and almost again cuts off his nose. But manages to keep it clean. Yeah, you saw him get a little out of whack there. That was pretty close.
Yeah, that was interesting, to say the least. And it looks like our P4 LMDH team is having a little bit of trouble getting their 2nd driver in.
Uh-oh. Where's that?
Jacob having checked some errors.
Uh-oh.
That's no good. But it looks like Potato, the absolute legend that he is setting up a second server for them to test stuff on. So,
awesome.
Wishing them the best of luck with that.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome that they're trying to figure out a way around that. We got some cheering for Yossarian here in the chat. Let's give him a little bit of love, a little bit of that camera time. Currently running P2 with the GT3s with an hour and 30 left, ladies and gentlemen. Well past the halfway point now, and we are steaming towards the last hour of the endurance race. And while we don't have an official voting system, if you are in the chat or in the Discord server, I would love to know who you guys think our driver of the day is. If somebody you think is out here has done exceptionally well, I would love to know who you think deserves a little bit of extra credit today at the end of the race. What about you, Thorn? What do you think so far?
So for me, the more obvious pick would be Base, but that's whatever. I'd say Yoss has done really, really well, considering what's happened.
I agree.
But
yeah, I would agree. I think Yoss is somehow back up to, in P2, which is he's killing it from where he was at one point. I know it's a little bit basic, but I am really impressed with the Venus CRD team today. I know.
Oh yes,
they're looking for a win, but go ahead.
No, it's always hard endorsing people that might win, but I'm amazed by Ayash's pace. I knew he was great, but that was really impressive to say the least.
Yeah, he really brought that to another level, fighting with Dimitri there. And Chris as well is doing very well to hold his own in every regard. So he's actually, I believe he's chopped a little bit of time off of Yossarian as well.
I can't speak to that, to be honest, but right now the gap is 16 seconds. 16 and a half, so I'll check up on that in a few laps.
He's just lost some. Let's see what's going on. It looks like he's had an off. Oh, that's unfortunate. Right as we're talking about him, too, but either way, I'm very impressed with the Venus CRD team as a whole, and I think Ayash is definitely one of the most electric drivers out here today.
That's Basecamp with another faster lap. 44.96. Jeez.
I don't know where he finds his pace, man. I got to be honest with you.
On tires, we're almost close to those tires being end of life, I think, because we've got.
They've got to be.
They've done 79 laps, 3 pit stops. Yeah, they're close to end of life.
Yeah, Base has done a crazy job to stay on those soft tires and to keep this aggressive stint going. That's crazy.
Yeah, putting him. It was only at this while ago that we were last, but he's put up 10 seconds in the past 30 minutes between him and Wase, I think.
Yeah, doing an absolute incredible job to keep those tires alive. We have some votes for the safety car.
Yeah,
being the driver of the day.
Point.
Valid point. Let's see.
We might have. I'm hoping that's not a problem. Oh, no, there we go. We have a driver swap from Text to Nerd.
All right. A successful driver swap.
Briefly worries. It took a while to connect, but they are. You're P9 in the category, and we've got Basecamp coming in for a pit stop.
All right.
Which will put. Assuming. Yep, they're going for a driver swap.
All right, so they're swapping drivers. That'll put Wase in the lead, and they'll be stuck there for quite some time. So, But that will definitely confirm that Halsey will be doing that last stint. And they have their long stops done. So that'll be their push to the win from now on, maybe with a couple of short stops here and there.
I'm not entirely certain if Wassey's done all of their pit stops. Their long stops, that is.
Oh, maybe they didn't take a long when they driver swapped the first time?
They're solo, though. No driver swaps.
Oh, you're saying for Wassey?
Yeah, for Wassey.
Okay,
my bad.
Yeah. I don't know where Wassey is with the long stops so far.
That's right, Base. That was a stint. I don't know how you put in that last final. That 44.96 on those old tires was bonkers.
Yeah, Base, you went absolutely crazy there, bro. We're going to have to talk about that after this race. I'm just letting you know. Because that was a wild stint.
Should we do convenient interviews?
Oh, dude, let's bring Base.
Should we open up interviews? Let's open up interviews.
I'm
gonna hop in and see if he's open for an interview.
All right, go inquire about that. Hopefully we can bring Base in here. That would be an awesome inside perspective to our race to see things more from the driver's perspective. As we're on here with Kenny McKee, he's currently running P4 for the LMDH class, rounding out to the main straight right now. Got about 70 and some change seconds to his competition in front. It's jumping all over the place. So that might be just a factor of CMRT being a little bit weird.
I have someone for you.
Oh, bring him in.
Here you are, Base Cannon.
Hello.
Base Cannon.
How are we, guys?
We are great. How are you?
Dude, I just had an electric race. My race is done, but I handed the car back to Halsey. I believe he's rolling around.
Yep. Just heading out of pits now.
Yep.
Wow, that's amazing. Base, I gotta ask, how did you keep a soft tire on that much pace for that long? How do you do that?
Halsey and I worked really hard over the past, last night was when we were finally able to really get together and mesh our setups together and combine our brain power. But yeah, over the past 2 weeks, we've we'll get a lap in here, a few laps in there, just try little things with setup tweaks from the base stock setup, and then last night we spent a couple 2 hours just working on it, and we got it into a good place where the tire wear is not that big of a deal on the soft high temp, and we can make it run for 24, 28 laps, something like that.
That's crazy. So within a night, really, you guys just kind of got it to work into your favor, and clearly it showed in race day.
Hey, it's been I've been wanting to throw some serious laps in with this Porsche in the LMDH racing, and that was a lot of fun. I'm excited to see how things end up. I think everybody else has to do one more long stop compared to us, so
we'll see how
things shake up from there.
Still in 2 seconds faster over fastest lap. Well, 1 second, my bad. Still, that's nuts.
Yeah, I didn't expect to get into the 44s, but it was I was able to do it twice, so I'm happy with that. Very, very happy with the fins.
Yeah, that was an absolutely electric stint. That was incredible to watch.
Thanks.
Like you said, you guys are up on the pit stops now, and within a lap of the lead.
2 laps.
So roughly in a good spot to shoot for a win here at the end of the race.
That's what we're hoping for. That was the plan. I was hoping that with all the fast laps that I was putting in and the gaps I was building, it would put us in a good situation strategically. And I ended up having to do a third stint for like 15 laps right at the end there, and that's when I was able to put in my fastest time. So,
wow, that's incredible. Bates, if I could just steal you for one more question, I just want to know, how have you seen the racing outside of the hypercars being so far, or how has the passing or the interclass racing been? As I say it, we have Jump Raven right into the side of Kagerman, going into that section. That was a rough hit.
Just saw it on live. That was really unfortunate. My goodness.
Yeah, that was a really rough hit. Okay, bar that, maybe. How have you seen the racing been on the track
It looks
today?
really, really good. Everybody's been really respectful. I've only had like a couple slightly tricky moments when overtaking GT3s, but otherwise, like, as long as I was keeping it safe and knowing when was a good opportunity to dive into a corner, I felt pretty good. There's like once or twice where I've gone into the inside of a corner and there's a GT3 that maybe didn't expect me, but none of them have even gotten close to touching me. So I'm super happy with how the quality of the GT3 drivers in this race. They've been awesome.
Well, that's
the
great.
lad's cleaned up since Magello.
Oh yeah, big time.
For sure, for sure. It's been a much cleaner race, I agree. So I'm happy to see that you were also able to notice while in the hypercar. So that's really awesome, and that's what we shoot for. So we really appreciate your insight, Babe. I'll let you get back to your teammate so that you guys can finish out your race and be locked in. But best of wishes. You know I'm rooting for you. So
thank you very much.
He's got
Appreciate you, boss.
Of course, of course. All right. Good luck to you guys, and I hope to see you all there at least on the podium.
Appreciate you. See you guys later.
Wait. So, do we want to bring in another one?
Yeah, I've heard some talks. Maybe we get one more.
Ayash?
Yeah.
Ayash, you thinking?
Yeah, if he's available, I'd love to grab him in here.
Oh, he just deafened, but I'm gonna bug him.
All right.
Be right back.
Man, 2 driver interviews to you guys in short succession. We are really killing it here today. Let's look at this. Gossarian getting passed by Kenny McKee with, I believe that is, who is that? That's Dimitri Oss in the background. So looking to lap Yassarian once again. Yassarian trying to avoid being lapped for a second time. And so far doing pretty well too. Yassarian with an incredible recovery. Oh, do we have him?
Ayash is not available. He's engineering chloroform, quote, bugger off pipsqueak. So
if you would
there
like
you go,
to text
folks.
him and tell him I said, don't make us talk about the squirty cream, I would love that.
What?
We can't get into
What?
it.
Okay, yeah, whoa.
But he knows. But he knows. All we gotta know is that the British are certainly a species of person. That's all we gotta know.
I'll save that card for later. I don't know when I'll use it, but
Hey, anytime
thanks.
Ayash is getting on your nerves, you just bring up the squirty cream and you win. It's a
Okay.
guaranteed win. All right. So let's see here. We have Yassarian on his incredible recovery drive in P2. It's lovely to see him bring that back from what it was in the beginning of the race. Like we've said, there's 4 hours, or there, at least at one point there was 4 hours to drive the car. Anything can happen. And we can see that very clearly with Yassarian here. Trying to remain unlapped from Dimitri. Well, also, he has to be careful. He does have chloroform. Roughly, where is it? EP7. He's there. Yassarian could maybe afford a small mistake or two before chloroform is really, really close. But it's not something that you want to get into anyway, because once you make a mistake, those tires get hot. The more mistakes will just continue to find you on the track. And they'll just compound and compound and compound. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And we don't want that for our drivers. But Yassarian currently running away from Dimitri. Let's take a look over here at Jump Raven, who we saw have a little bit of contact. I say a little bit, it was quite a large hit with Kagerman earlier in the race. Which is unfortunate for him because he's in front of Jump Raven right now by some significant time. And from what I could tell, Kagerman kind of got the short end of the stick out of that contact. So I'm thinking that Kagerman might have been going through what was lap traffic for him.
Not entirely. Yeah, Jump Raven is... No, they're on the same lap, at least right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe not. Maybe he was trying to lap at that point. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think they should have been fighting at the time. And Kagerman, who got like completely spun out.
Or...
Oh, go ahead.
Jas spinning out. Jasper spinning out. And it looks like Dimitri just lapped Yassarian.
Alright. So Dimitri now in front of Yassarian.
Or past him. Not entirely certain.
Lap.
Lapped. Perfect.
Yep. Lap 70. What is this going to be? 79 for Dimitri. 87 for those in the lead lap of the hypercars. Wasse, by the way, 2 full laps in front of the rest of the grid. Project Purple into pit. So that will shake things up a little bit more and probably move Halsey up one spot a little bit closer to Wasse. There's the shift there as we saw it. Yeah, so Kagerman presumably holding a fair bit of damage in the car. From, if I had to guess, from that contact alone, I would assume that, you know, there's got to be some issue. See if we can see anything on the steering. The steering looks fine, relatively straight, but possibly a little bit unstable.
I figure you should know that someone clipped our moment when we were talking about clean racing, and then a little incident between Jump and Krug.
The commentator's curse.
Yep.
The commentator's curse. We can't say anything these days. What are we supposed to do? Oh man, yeah, what a coincidence to happen to have that as what you're talking about as somebody comes into contact. But some absolutely beautiful views of Bahrain here in the nighttime. These beautiful cars with their headlights on, everything looks so beautiful and so nice. It's amazing.
So, I'll be honest, I don't remember the night cycle. Are we gonna head into morning near the end of this race or not?
If I had to guess, I don't think we will, but maybe, because we've been in night for a while now. So it is possible that, oh, that was Semp spinning out there. Trying to figure out where he's gone. There it is. Spin.
So, just heard from Potato, it's real-time weather, so we will not be reaching daytime.
Got it. All right. That is good information to know. So these drivers will finish under the lights. Conviction also still in the car for Clutch Rust. Now, do you remember roughly where Clutch Rust got out of the car?
I'll be honest, I think that was around the 2-hour mark.
So do you think Conviction will finish it out?
I don't. That would be my assumption, but I'm gonna look through the replay and see if I can figure out where those names swap.
Alright, yeah, that'll be interesting to know, because if so, then we'll see Conviction finish out for this team here with a beautiful livery, nice Fanatec sponsorship in the AMG. That goes very, very well together. A lot of these guys cooking up some of their own liveries that we've seen. Some of these guys enlisting the work of Cameron Designs, who also has made the track skin, which we are not currently on, but he has made one for every track that we have this season, and they all look amazing. So shouts out to him for putting in some real hard work and some man hours to get us some pretty lights and some pretty tracks and some pretty cars. What a great guy.
So, looking at the live times, Chloroform is putting in pretty consistent 2-minute 2:01 laps. So this might give Dimitri more of a chance than we were expecting. Dimitri's lapping around a 159 and a half.
Yeah, I think you may be right. So currently, Chloroform is on a separate lap from Dimitri. So we'll have to see when Dimitri crosses the line what the actual distance is to them on track. If Dimitri takes a long stop and can put Chloroform in front of Dimitri, then it's very possible that Venus CRD comes home with a win if they keep this driver orientation at this point, which very well may be the case.
Yeah. I think a lot's going to depend on where he gets put out on that pit stop. And I'm thinking he's probably going to have to do one soon. He's only done 2 pit stops.
Dimitri?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, but I feel like, I don't know, I think Dimitri's going to leave it about as late as he possibly can to try and build this gap, or sorry, close this gap to Chloroform, technically.
Yeah.
And attempt to throw himself back in the lead. I see Ayash speculating that his team is probably net P2 at this point, so I think he's seeing what we're seeing as well, and is, I'm sure, keeping an eye on it as much as he can.
Milan's still doing those wide lines, which I think it's working, I guess. No.
He's net, what is that, 5, 6?
6. He's P6 right now.
P6,
so
a good,
not
decent
bad.
result. Yeah, just outside the top 5.
I wonder, I think that incident, though, coming into pits might have actually been the main problem for him, because he's done 4 pit stops compared to our current leader who's only done 2.
I think I would tend to agree with that. That was a very big moment for Milan when he hit the wall there, and he had to repair a lot of damage coming out of that one. So I would not be surprised if that was maybe the reason that his race is not going as well as he really wants it to at this moment. Currently on board with Dimitri, who is making his charge to close a gap probably open a gap to Chloroform right now, who is in P3, in order to keep the lead after the pit stops. Dimitri's last lap is a 1:58.8. To Chloroform's last lap being a 2:minute .179. So roughly about, what is that? A second and some change between the two of them.
Yeah.
So if he can manage to close that gap up enough, or open that gap up enough, and pit to be in front of Chloroform, I'm not sure if he and his CRD will have this one in the bag.
It seems to be around 0.8 to a second a lap gain for Dimitri right now. Yas seems to be keeping up decently well, though, but I don't entirely know. I'm not certain if that last lap was just a heater or if that's more of his consistent lap time. But I'll be interested to see. Do you have any idea if Yas has done his 2 stops or only one of his long stops?
To be honest, I am not 100% sure. But let me see if I can find out.
So me and Potato can only recall one long pit stop. Done by Osarian, that is.
Trying to see. Yeah, so I only see Osarian with 3 pit stops as a whole.
Yeah.
Which I don't even think would really... Is that really enough to... Yeah, I guess it is.
It would be enough to do the 2, but...
Would it be enough to get him at this point in the race? But I think it could be.
I think at this point, there's at least one more pit stop for our leaders.
I would tend to agree, yeah.
I'm not... Yeah, again, I don't know how many stops Yas has done.
Yeah, not 100% sure. But I think my guess is going to say 1 long pit stop and 2 shorts. So I'm thinking Yassarian has to do 1 more long pit stop.
It's just me, or does that Lambo look a little bit squirrely under braking? Oh! Mylan going into the pits. Oh, wait, no. I was looking at a replay. I'm an idiot. I was looking at the live. Oh, gosh. I was looking at the live incident.
Trust me, I've done it before. Let's take a look over at Mylan. Haven't seen Mylan for a while now. Now, I remember Mylan in the Nürburgring 4 Hour being quite a force to be reckoned with. And it seems like, unfortunately, today, it's just a combination of his setup that just hasn't really helped him, kind of launch himself up to where I think he probably should be.
Yeah.
To be fair, he is in P6, so still a good result.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm still confused by the strategy, well, if it is a strategy, of going that wide.
Oh, it has just clicked for me.
What?
Okay. So with the way that real penalty works, if you slow down to a certain speed before you re-enter the track, you won't get the cut penalty. What Mylan is doing is purposefully going off to activate the penalty, but then braking in the braking zone but off the track so that his penalty is deactivated before he turns into the corner.
Is that saving him enough on tires, though, for it to be a true advantage, though?
I don't know if it's a tire thing. I think you probably get more of a pace. Oh, we saw Marco Stadge there just recovering from a spin out of the final corner, but it seems like he's gotten away all right. But it seems to be more of a pace thing to bring himself a little bit out wider to maximize the track and then to be able to cut in a little bit as well.
I will say that is true. He's got a pretty good lap time. Doing a one, oh gosh, people are leaving and joining and my thing's messing up. Doing a 58. 58.9, 59 is pretty consistent for him. So I will say no, I think you're right. I assumed it was more of a tires thing, to be honest, but
he's taken the start, yeah.
He took 4 pit stops, so it definitely isn't that.
Yeah, let's stay on board with him through this corner here. So look, watch. Look at this. Swings out wide. He'll come through, and he will purposefully come off the track. Oh, he doesn't do it this time.
No.
He didn't do it this time.
No, he's just driving harder now.
Yep.
What?
This is just him opening up the track. There it is. There it is.
There we go.
So that's
Imagine being Senf right now. That would be so confusing.
Yeah, probably very confused. So right there, when we saw him flare out way past the track limits, he is basically activating the cut for the real penalty. But then when he brakes the car, when he hits the brakes and he slows the car down, real penalty says, oh, you slowed down, you didn't gain any time. And then he turns in for the corner. So he's able to basically brake later and open up the corner more so and take more speed.
I'm going to be interested to see how the stewards want to handle that. I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I am hearing from some of the stewards that that is possibly going to receive him a penalty a little bit later. So we'll see if that articulates or if he will stop for right now.
Ooh, crash T1. Ooh, no contact T1, not crash, my bad.
T1, it is probably between these two gentlemen right
Yost
here,
and Marco.
Yeah, and Marco Stadge with a little bit of that, that hypercar traffic there. That'll be Halsey rushing up to take the lead of the race. Now, these two not fighting for position, but it seems like they would be because they are going side by side through the S's. Marco backs out just a little bit and gives Yassarian the space to go through. I don't think there will be another attack down into this part of the track. There's not, and Yassarian starts to run away.
So, a little bit of information. All of our LMDH drivers are now on medium high temp tires.
All right.
We've got Hasley on them, and they were running softs the first stint. And Base was obviously running the softs this whole stint. So that's interesting to see.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see how that goes for them. I mean, we saw them make the soft tire last quite a while, so I wouldn't be surprised if it came on in the last stint.
Well, they've done both their long stops, so they might just do no stops at all for this last hour. If they can make that. No. I'm going to take that back. That was a little bit.
That may be... I mean, it would be risky, but it's possible they could do it on the medium. We saw Base go for like 30, 45 minutes, if not more.
Yeah, I think he pulled in 26 laps, 27 laps on just the soft, so it's possible their setup is just good enough that they don't wear on tires, that they could drag the mediums out that long, but I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, if that's what they're able to do, I think that'll work very well for them. Halsey lapping about a half second faster than Wasey at the moment, with almost an hour left in this 4-hour endurance race around Bahrain. Oh, and look at that. The hypercar trying to get around Marco Stagic there. That was Project Purple. Managed to get it done, but it looked like there was a little bit of a hairy situation there for a second. And look at this right here. We have Milan slowly being tracked down by Sen. Again, I don't think the zone is for position, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sen was looking to regain pass on Milan now.
Must be very interesting as Sem, seeing Milan taking those corners.
I agree. You gotta be confused at least the first time
Yeah.
that you see it.
Like, what? Oh, are we getting an adopter of the strategy?
I was wondering if that was going to be the case, if Senf would also start to widen up the corners. Let's see how they fare into turn 1. So in theory, Milan should be opening this up all the way. He does not. He does make the cut across the chicane.
He's cut down on the corners that he does it on, but a few of the wire sweeping corners, he's definitely really abusing it.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, right there.
Off the track, coming all the way through. And getting some friendly passage from the hypercar, who's going to make a move around the outside. So I'd be interested to know if Semp is making any of these same...
I think that was an accidental cut, to be honest, because I don't think that was long enough.
I think you're on the right track with that. Let's see. So Milan goes all the way out, and look at that.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, and he's hit the wall.
Oh, doesn't know the line. And yeah, you gotta stay. That is nuts.
Yeah, I think actually Semp might just receive a penalty because he did move back onto the track before he braked. We'll see about that. Let's take a move on to Tater, who is swapped back out for Kagerman now. Tater in the car. What is that? Rocking a... Dimitri's in first. So... 8th place for Tater, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Tater.
Yeah. 8th.
Correct.
Yep. So Tater here within the top 10 of the GT3s, doing a very good job to keep it up there as well, followed by Marco Stagic and Nerd. Currently chasing Semp, about 40 seconds to him, so he's in a little bit of no man's land here. But he's going to do his best to, try and scrounge a pretty decent result. He's got less than an hour to go through the rest of this race here. And now he's just got to bring it home. I think Tater has done an absolutely amazing performance today to just stay in the race and keep it as consistent as possible and to avoid situations that were unavoidable. There was some contact for that team a little bit earlier that I think for them was unavoidable. But I do have word that there have been warnings sent out to both Senf and Mylan for the abuse of the real penalty system there. So
I was wondering how long it would take.
Yeah, that didn't take much longer. The stewards doing a very good job to react quickly to that and to try and shut that down as fast as possible. Noting real quick that Kenny McKee swapped for Jacob Anderson, now running in fourth
Oh,
place.
they got their connections this you fixed.
Yes, they
That has
did.
to be a big relief for Kenny because he's been driving.
Absolutely. And oh,
3
look at
hours.
that. Marco
Ooh.
Stajic running into the back of Jacob Anderson there. Looked like he was going to try and switch back the hypercar. But that was never going to work out.
Not going to win that fight on the straights.
Yeah. Unfortunately, lost them both a fair chunk of time there. And I'm sure Jacob Anderson will not be happy about that. Also notably, Halsey now taking the lead of the LMDH class in the forklifts, affectionately known, from Wasay, 17 seconds in
Forklifts?
the lead now. Yes, LMDH sounds more like a forklift than anything
Oh,
else.
okay. Okay, forklifts.
Because it should be a hypercar. Let's be real. It should be a
Alrighty.
hypercar. But
Are you open to an IOSH interview right now?
yes, I would love an IOSH interview at this stage. This would be awesome.
Just got the message.
Absolutely lovely.
How do I give him permission to speak? How do I do this? There we go. There you go. There you go. You're invited to speak.
Yo,
Oh.
what's up?
IOSH. He's
You alright?
I'm alright, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's great to hear from you, man. You had an amazing stint in the GT3s. You really put it all on the track there. How was that for you?
Dude, it was blessed, honestly. When the grip when the grip went up to like 90, 98 or so, oh my god. It was like driving a different car. It was so nice. So much smoother and easier.
Yeah, we could see you had some really serious pace, and eventually you battled to pass Dimitri to unlap the team, which was a huge, huge moment for your guys'
Yeah, I had to pass him
race.
twice. Kind of unfortunate that I came out my pit behind him. Because I had to fight him, obviously. He lost us both some time.
Yeah, of course, but either way, I mean, the feat in of itself was absolutely amazing. So I saw some chat in the chat earlier, so you guys have moved to P2 now. There's less than an hour in the race, right? You've got chloroform in the car. How do you see this playing out?
Has Dimitri done his second stop yet? I haven't been watching for the last 15 minutes or so.
He did literally just come out of the pits, but I don't think it was a long stop.
No, it had to be a long stop.
Do you think so? Oh, it was, yeah, because chloroform and Dimitri have swapped now.
Chloroform's in the lead. Yes, yes.
Yeah. So your man is in the lead of this race officially by about a half second.
Oh my god.
There you go.
Yeah, I think by the end of my stint, I think I was net like 20 seconds in the lead. Quite happy with that.
Wow.
Chloroform's just got to hold on.
He does.
Oh, no.
If there's anything we know about chloroform, is that chloroform knows how to defend on the absolute limit. Given that this is his baby of a series, he thought this thing into existence, and now he's racing in it, defending Dimitri from the lead. What would you be saying to him right now?
To be honest with you, I'd probably say something along the lines of drive into him.
Okay. Well, there you go. That's the
this
inner
is not
workings of
Mugello.
our staff right there.
Yeah.
No,
Oh
I'm only
man.
joking. I tell him to lock in and focus
Mhm.
and brake check him. I'm only kidding again.
I think
I don't know,
that's
man,
some
I'm not much
solid
of a-
advice.
We hope so.
I'm not much of an inspirational guy. I don't know what to say.
I love it. I love it. Oh, and he's gone way
Where is he?
wide off.
What?
No, that's unfortunate because he built a little bit of a gap when that hypercar came through. I believe that was Halsey.
Uh-oh.
And he took a
Wanna
second
stick
to
with
flash.
us? Stick with us or head back to your teammate.
Yeah, do you want to go spread some words of encouragement, maybe, and get Chloroform to lock in a little bit here?
If Chloroform does brake check him, we'll know it's your fault.
Second wouldn't be the worst, because then I don't have to buy any squirty cream.
Oh, can we talk about the squirty cream now that you're here?
If we won, I had to. Get the squirty cream, bro.
I need context for this. I've got none. This is.
Someone found out that in England whipped cream is squirty cream.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Really?
Why do you call
Squirty
it that?
cream?
Why do you call it squirty cream?
Yo, focus on the racing, man. That's my teammate right there.
There's nothing better than talking about the squirty cream.
This is
in the middle of a battle for the lead.
Squirty cream.
What did they say at Le Mans? Something about cake and cocaine.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
I think we're already there. We're already there with the squirty cream.
Rabbit.
Cream is my coke.
Oh man. Look at this though. Your man doing an absolute amazing job to defend against Dimitri. I mean, he's been through here twice now, 2 laps. Dimitri in a half second.
Whoa.
It's insane. Do you what?
Do I get fined for swearing?
Not by me.
But I would recommend against it just in case.
Oh yeah.
I'm not. I ain't snitching.
Let's see.
Oh man, and there's hypercar traffic as well. All right, you go back to your teammate. Give him some words of encouragement. It was really great to hear from you, Ayash, and good luck. Good luck. We'll be watching.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Always love to have a driver's insight, especially while their man is running for his life in the lead, doing an amazing job to defend. This is going on 3 laps with Dimitri Oss right behind him within half a second.
With coming down the straight now, you're gonna see him move.
Oh, and a little bit of maybe some reactive blocking there from Chloroform. Let's see if Dimitri puts his nose up the middle. He does. Oh! And Chloroform's been half spun out. Dimitri, very smart.
Okay, gives him the position.
Yeah, very, very smart to give the position back to Chris to avoid any type of
penalties after the fact.
Yeah. Keeping a very, very good mind about him. That was some interesting contact.
And so for our new endurance racers, sometimes giving the position back is rather beneficiary. That's not a word, is it?
No, beneficiary.
Beneficiary. It doesn't seem right in that situation. Anyways, avoiding the penalty is sometimes worth a lot more than the overtake in that corner. So keep that in mind for future races.
Absolutely. Dimitri wants to avoid any ruling by the stewards to determine this race. He'd rather figure it out on track, and that's what he's doing. We do have somebody asking about what position Marco is. Marco is currently P9 in the GT3 class. So not currently, I don't think, on your screen, but he is P9 top 10 for the GT3s.
Yeah.
With this right here, our battle for the lead, Dimitri Oss behind Chloroform in the Venus CRD program for the team. A second away. I mean, it's the last 48 minutes of the race, and I don't think it gets any more exciting than this. I'm not going to lie, Thorn.
Yeah, so there is one unfortunate thing, though. I was just informed by Ayash. He's saying Dimitri will probably end up ahead because they've got another shortstop that they will need to do at some point.
No.
I would like to bring up a counter argument to that, though. I think Dimitri also needs one. Because I think he's been on those tires for a good while now.
I think he does. So it's because Chris has only been defending for a couple of laps now.
Yes. Oh wait, no. Yeah. Dimitri's done 3 stops. The CRD team has done 2. No, they might be fricked.
We'll see. If Dimitri did not fuel for a long stint here, that could play into CRD's hands. Oh my gosh, Chris. Wow, look at that. Chloroform taking a large chunk out of the track there, probably trying to avoid an oversteer moment and trying to stay in the battle. We'll see how that fares. If he has enough track cuts allowed, then he should be fine. But also somewhere that Jacob was not happy about that contact from the GT3 a little bit earlier. That's to be expected. That was a pretty hairy moment, but came out of it unscathed, more or less. So now, what does Venus CRD do in this situation? It is possible that they could make their time up by having a fresh set of tires and low fuel, but do they do it?
But can you make up? Oh, are they also going with the mileage strat? It's possible, but like you've got a driver that's high on pace. Dimitri is a force to be reckoned with, no matter what.
Yeah, it'd be a tall ask to ask Chloroform to come back and really stick it to Dimitri in the last couple of laps of the race. But so far, he has been able to hold him back. I'm thinking maybe Dimitri might know that there's another stop coming for CRD.
Yeah, and he did his short stop at the start of the I believe of CRD sprint, so stint. Huh. "46, 45 minutes left of racing."
Yeah, we got 45 minutes left of racing. We are in the closing stages.
Got Halsey up front, leading at the LMDH. Wasse P2. Project Purple coming third, and Jacob Anderson coming in fourth. For our GT3s, obviously Chloroform is currently leading, but shortstop, which will probably put Dimitri in the lead with Jump Raven behind in P3 and Mylan in fourth. Yoss in fifth, Clutch in sixth, and Semph in seventh, Tater in eighth, Marco in ninth, Nerd in 10th, and Jasper in 11th, leading up the back of the race.
And we're back on.
Did I get that right?
Yep. Yeah, you had that. Absolutely.
Wait.
Absolutely. Solid, solid.
I saw you scrolling through. I was like, did I mess something up?
No, you did a perfect job. You did fine. Back on here, though, with Dimitri and Chloroform. They are now, again, not even 4 tenths away from each other. 2 tenths away from each other. Dimitri's going to be looking for a send down the inside.
Really?
Look at that.
Oh, faked him.
Oh, my gosh. More contact at the apex.
Ooh.
And Chris, again,
comes out, still ahead.
Still pushing through. That was good on Chloroform to keep his head straight, even when Dimitri wanted to go all the way down the inside. He said, no, thank you, and slammed the door shut on that. Dimitri swung to the outside, and Chloroform was ready for it and made good there in the corner. Unfortunately, a little bit of contact there, but I think that was probably pretty clean between the two of them. And some hypercar traffic coming around as well. Look at that, Dimitri looking up the inside once again, trying to find some type of send around Chloroform, but he just can't do it this time around.
That's some point we have to expect a pit from Chloroform. They've done 2. Dimitri's done 3. It's got to happen at some point. The when?
The when is the question. And when is Dimitri going to decide to take the move down the inside? Well, he's not going to have to decide. Chloroform smokes it into the pit lane. Is going to swap those tires out. Presumably he needs to take fuel. That's a stop that they absolutely have to do. So he's going to have to be quick and fast if he wants any chance of catching Dimitri. Now, Dimitri's got a little bit of traffic to deal with now. But can he manage to keep a good pace away from Chloroform and not allow him to catch up? This is Dimitri behind Marco Stajic going down a small straight here at Bahrain into this right-hander. So much more speed carried there than you think. And Marco with a massive moment in the McQueen livery. Dimitri with a couple of friendly flashes letting him know, hey, I'm here. Please get out of the way. And Dimitri bringing the car to the limit.
So let's see. I'll be honest. I think it's going to be rough. Unless Dimitri somehow ends up messing up and needs another pit stop within this next 40 minutes. Chloroform's going to have a rough time getting back up, if at all. They're just exiting pits now.
I think I would tend to agree with that. Also, that's Halsey in the pits one more time. That moves Wasey up into the lead. So eyes on that if that's where you are sending some of your cheers. But Chloroform, 70 seconds behind Dimitri Oz. 40 minutes to make that time up. Does he have 70 seconds difference worth of pace? That's something we're going to have to keep our eyes on.
Halsey is putting on the soft tires for the last 40 minutes of the race.
That is going to be interesting.
I thought they were only lasting around 30 minutes though before they start to get rough. Am I remembering incorrectly?
Possibly. Base Cannon did go quite a long time on those tires, and Halsey, presumably running a similar setup, is going to be able to extend them quite far. The issue is going to be catching 61 seconds. Is there that much of a pace difference between the hard and the soft and the medium tire? That's going to be what we're looking at here. Is going to be Halsey charging to Wasey, Chloroform charging to Dimitri. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Will Senf make it in the top 10? Will Yassarian keep his position? There's so many ifs on the track right now, and we are going to bring it all to you live for the last 40 minutes of the 4 hours of Bahrain, the ESRC Sim Racing Challenge. Also, Kenny also asked a little bit ago if Senf was the white BMW. Yes, Senf is the white BMW. The one that has eyes on the back that make you want to roll your head back and just crash into a wall. Those ones.
Oh, so according to Kenny, the softs can go for forever.
Oh.
So yeah, I was wrong.
All right, then we will see Halsey go for a forever stint and try to charge up into first. Lap 109 for the hypercars, by the way, 98 for the GT3s. And to be fair, that's less of a difference than I thought was going to be.
Yeah. We've only got a 2-lap difference between a very top and last LMDH driver, with the GT3s having a 5-lap difference between Jasper and Dimitri right now.
That is a pretty solid effort on their part, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a tight grid.
It definitely is. Let's go ahead and show some love to our boys down here and watch them as they get their elbows out and race like they mean it down here we're just a little bit towards the end of the race. I'm gonna leave you for just a second, Thorn.
No worries.
I'm gonna go get a drink.
We see who is this. Oh boy. People. Clutch. Is this Clutch Ross or where are we from? Clutch or Tater? Okay, is the rainbow car or the red car? It's the red car. Okay. Tater making that overtake on Marco. At least I presume so. With Nerd, I believe, in the... No, that is the Lanzo. Oh, I have my people mixed up. Tater get around the track. For anyone wondering, it's currently lapping an average around 2-minute lap, it seems. 2:01 to 2. The last lap being exactly 2 minute point 2. As we're getting into the night, though, it is getting a bit colder. Track temps are down 4 degrees Celsius compared to the start of our race, and air temps ambient is down to 33. Track temps is currently 35, with the start of this race being 39 Celsius.
All right, I've made it back. It is probably about as hot in my room as it is on track, but we vibe anyway.
Well, for your information, it's currently 35 Celsius on track compared to 39 on race start.
Yep, that feels about right. One of those two. It's definitely where I'm at. But here we are on board with Mylan, running right around Marco's static here. And Mylan's still running a little bit wide on the track limits. Oh, I wonder if that may get him in trouble. We may have just caught Mylan in the act. We'll see how that goes for him.
Yeah.
Someone's saying Jacob got rear-ended again. That's his teammate, Kenny McKee. That's so unfortunate. Bobby cheering Wase on for that P1. You're a traitor, Bobby. We want base, JK. We love both of our Venus boys, actually. And either would be a solid win.
I believe Mylan won the charity drive event that happened just recently. I don't know which one, to be honest, as I'm trying to find it in the announcements. But
I remember that one happened, but yeah, I don't know where it is. Hold on.
yeah, Mylan won, but I'll be honest, I don't know which race it was. But so a little shout out to Mylan for winning the charity drive, the last charity drive race. Hopefully not cutting the track as much as we're seeing today, but it's working. Like, it's technically not breaking any major rules, I guess, but I don't know. Like, how do you call this?
If you want my honest opinion, I call this understanding the rules.
Yeah, like real penalties, it's allowing it, so I don't know.
It's a little bit of a gray area because I think he's been talked to about it already, and it's a little bit of that. But either way, you know, it's giving us a little bit of variety, and we can't hate on that too much. Also, that charity drive was 6 hours of Interlagos for the TCD.
Thank
server.
you.
That's what that was. So, Milan, the victor at that, looking to scrounge a podium for this race as well. And to be honest, done
He's
a very
in
good
it.
job to do it. Yeah, Yassarian has moved
Wait,
out of.
he is.
Yeah,
I didn't really notice that, to be honest.
neither did I. I just said it.
Yeah.
But
P3
Yassarian,
currently.
Yassarian now moved to 4th place, 13 seconds to him, but he's got Jump Raven, less than 7 seconds behind Yassarian here. So Yassarian's got a little bit to think about in front and behind. As you see Marco dip into the pits there, and so his race is definitely far from over. Let's take a look real quick at our boy Chloroform, Chris, and the Venus CRD team here. So when he came out of the pits, he had roughly 60 seconds, I believe, to Dimitri, right? And,
Yep. The 61 seconds, I think, was what it was on exit.
And where is he at now? Let's see.
It's telling me on ACM that he's 1 lap down.
That looks to be correct. Yeah, 1 lap down. Let's see a gap. Yeah, he's got the 1 lap down as of right now. So his exact time
Yeah.
from Dimitri is currently unknown.
It's hard, though.
It's about
Pace
half a
that
lap.
Dimitri is pushing.
Yeah.
For example, last lap was a 58.4 by Dimitri, and Chlor was a 59.8. So it's hard. The pace
Yeah.
brought by Dimitri is just aggravatingly consistent, I could imagine, for them.
I would tend to agree. It's insane how he manages to keep his nose so clean every single race, but that is what makes him a winner in a lot of these races, is just keeping it clean and consistent, and obviously very, very quick. Look at this. We got Semp chasing the back of, I believe that's Nervin, if I'm not mistaken. In the M6, it sounds like an absolute machine.
With too many eyeballs. He's got an eyeball on each side of the car, right?
I think he does. I think he
But
does.
4 eyeballs.
There's,
Like I like the idea and design. Like if I were to make a livery, I'd do like some sort of like grayish thing with like drawings on it, so it looked like pencil. But like, ooh, wow, good on him. But the 4 eyes, I'll be honest, it kind of throws me. It's
oh no, and Sempin, I believe that's Nerd. Yeah, it is. Have come together down into that corner. Sempin is definitely not going to be happy about that one. I can tell you that right now.
Ooh, that's Clutch Ross just behind him.
Yeah.
That is no good for Semp.
Yeah, we saw these two getting together in the opening stages of the race, Semp and Clutch Russ, and now in the closing stages of the race, it looks like it's going to be the same thing.
So, do you think Wase is going to need to do a pit stop before the end of the race?
It's a great question.
'Cause Hasley's done. He's got nothing more to do. He's just got to push, but
If he does, he is without a doubt going to end up behind Halsey, I think.
if he figured out how to stretch it, though, which on the I don't know how long the mediums last, but if he figured out how to stretch it, it might be possible. So he would saved a lot, because Hasley and Base have done 5 pit stops so far, with Wase only doing 3 as of now.
Oh, wow.
So I'd expect one, but you can never say for sure that he could be running a strategy with not a lot of pit stops in it. Sorry, that was kind of weird. sentence? Whoa.
No, I think you had it. You had it. I mean, you're right though. If Wase has to do another pit stop, he just moves so within the range of Halsey.
He is. I think like at that point, like you're right on his butt, and he's gonna win with softer tires because I was just putting in at least normally 0.5 a lap quicker than Wase at this point. Oh, okay. I said at least, but he just put in a lap that proved me wrong. But still, those soft tires have to be a lot easier to drive on at this point, especially with how fresh they are.
Yeah, I guess Wase's kind of stuck in this position where he could be looking for, to make a tire offset if he's going to stop, or he can stop right now and lose his time while he has it before Halsey gets within range. Or he could just not stop at all.
I think the move, I think you're right. Either stopping now, because right now there's around a lap. I think it's showing a lap gap for me. What's it showing for you? Lap down for
Wase and Halsey?
Yeah, between Wase and Halsey. It's saying, for me, it's saying a lap.
It is.
Or 57 seconds.
57 seconds, yeah. They're like kind of half a lap from each other, I think.
I think pit stopping right now or going to the end of the race would be the move.
Yeah, I agree. He's either got to get it out the way or he's got to not do it.
Yeah, because he's losing pace slowly but surely to Halsey. Anyways, we're back with Clutch Russ here.
Yeah, Clutch Russ starting to maybe square up a move on Senf. Senf had that contact with Nerd just in front of him right there, which is lap traffic for Senf, so I'm sure he was not very happy about that. But nonetheless, he's kept it moving and is now running away from the clutches of Clutch Russ.
Ooh, that was good.
I tried my best for that one. I was really digging deep. But less than a second between the two. Clutch Russ is probably going to have a very nice opportunity going on to the main straight, given that Nerd does not love it. Now, I'm praying for Senf, but I'm starting to see how the situation is turning out, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to avoid this pass that will be coming up inevitably soon.
Clutch is showing ever so slightly faster or the same sector times as Senf right now.
Man. After all this on.
Like his first sector, he's up 0.4, then he's down 0.2 over the last two sectors on jump. But so he's making up a tiny bit of time each lap.
Let's see, is he making up enough to put a send down the inside here? No, stays behind with Nerd all Nerd in this mix, yeah. And it's saving Senf, but it's also putting both drivers in a little bit of risk. But they seem to finally get past Nerd as they come through the S's. Down the downhill, Clutch Russ on the brakes, Senf on the brakes, getting so close together, so close to contact. Now we've seen Senf come to contact with some drivers up here. Let's see if him and Clutch Russ can keep it clean. Clutch Russ bails out just slightly. Senf comes through but misses the apex, has to run wide.
Oh, really
Clutch
wide.
Russ is through on what seemed to be like an unintentional switchback, and Clutch Russ now leads on Senf.
Yeah, I think that was just he broke too early and couldn't hit the apex.
Yeah, I think Senf was maybe thinking a little bit about what was behind him more so than what was in front of him, and just rolled a little bit of speed through the apex and unfortunately couldn't make it work. But he is not giving up, still within a second of Clutch Russ. 7/10 back right now, 8/10 back. Losing a little bit of time here. But still within that striking distance if he can manage to stay behind him for about another half a lap or so. it looks like he's lost Senf. So, Senf dipped into the pits and has come back out a couple of seconds behind. Presumably Senf's final pit stop for the race. Now, Wase, only 21 minutes left to go, leading Halsey by about 55 seconds. If Wase does not have to pit, he's in a really great position to possibly win this race. Checking on Chloroform, still roughly the same gap to Dimitri that he came out of the pits with. It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to catch and bring the VNSCRD team home to a first place, but they will stand on the podium nonetheless. Jump Raven, haven't heard from him for a little bit here, who I believe has run solo this entire event. Is bringing it.
Yes.
Yeah. Is bringing it what, within the top 5?
Yeah, that seemed, yep, top 5.
Yeah.
Currently P4.
Absolutely amazing run from Jump Raven there. Ahead of him, Yassarian. Only 5 seconds as well. There's going to be a lot of battles coming to a head in the last stages of this race. Senf and Clutch Russ within striking distance of one another by the end of the race, now that Senf presumably has new tires. Yassarian and Jump Raven, only a couple of seconds separating those two, and presumably Wase and Halsey at the end of the race will also see each other on track. So that'll be a couple of things to look out for there. Here we have Marco Stajic in the 95 Lightning McQueen livery in P13 of the total race. I believe that puts him P9 for the GT3s. And I believe that makes third, rounding out the top 10. Marco?
Yep, P9, and Marco, yep, and Nerd being P10.
All right, so Nerd rounding out the top 10 there. Following closely behind Clutch Russ, that'll be lap traffic for him. And then we have Jasper down here in the bottom, running this entire race, along with his teammate as well. Jasper's teammate, was that Jari?
I believe so, but don't quote me on that.
I think Jari is Jasper's teammate. I feel kind of confident. If that's the case, both of them doing an amazing job to bring the car home and finish the race. It's been an absolutely great showing for them to even be here and to race with all of these amazing drivers. Hats off to everybody on the grid. But from start to finish, they've been in it to win it and locked in. So we love to see that. We really do. Let's see who else is around. Let's take a look over here. We haven't seen Project Purple in quite some time with the Sprite livery. Sprite number 86. Doing a pretty good job putting that on the podium for the hypercars as well. And currently following behind Dimitri Oss, who is leading the GT3 category.
I think his slot is pretty much solidified at this point.
I think you are right. Yeah.
Unless, and a short pit's not going to take up a full lap, I don't believe.
No, maybe a half to a quarter, if that.
Yeah.
I don't see Dimitri fumbling this win here. So presumably, should nothing change for the rest of the race, we have Wase P1 for the hypercars, followed very closely by Halsey. That's the Halsey base cannon team there, and the Spider-Man livery for P2, and then Project Purple, who we were just on, for P3. Your GT3 leaders, should nothing change. Dimitri Oss in first place with a crazy decisive win today. Got a little bit close when Ayash was making his way downtown through the field and making moves on Dimitri. But Dimitri was able to stay consistent with it and pull the pace out. Then we would have Chloroform, the Venus CRD team paired up with Ayash, Garito to come home in second, which would be a very, very good podium for them and a very good result as a whole. We would then finish out the top 3 with the one and the only Mylan Elling, is how I would assume you would say his last name. Doing a pretty amazing job. A little bit of trouble with the stewards today, but giving us plenty to watch on track nonetheless. And an amazing recovery drive to bring it back up into 3rd place. Jump Raven, stealing that 4th place from Yassarian as well. Just wanted to get that in there. Yassarian, who was looking like it was going to be a top 2 contender for this race, has unfortunately fallen back just a little bit. And it's put himself 1, 2, 3, 4, top 5 for this race, followed by Clutch Russ.
Amazing drive by him.
Yeah, a very good. Even the recovery has been insane. Not going to be a podium, but a top 5, given off of what we saw in the beginning. Yassarian's done a pretty amazing job. Let's see here, ladies, as we only have 15 minutes left in the race. So not much longer. We are on the absolute tail end of our 4-hour endurance. If you enjoyed Trust and Believe, there will be more for this season. You can find more details about that in the ESRC Discord, or respectively the Telki or Venus, Techly or Venus Motorsport Discord as well. So anywhere there you can find more information about the races.
I'll shamelessly grab a server invite link to drop in chat.
Would love to see more people joining on the grid and fighting for a win, because it's been an absolutely amazing day here, and we'd love to see more of you guys enjoy it. Now, I would be surprised if Wase came for a stop at this point in the race.
I was starting to think about that. I think he knows he's comfortable at this point, because the gap between them is 50 seconds. So yeah, they've gained 10 seconds. But unless something really bad happens, I don't think they're going to be gaining 50 seconds within the next 13 minutes.
I would tend to agree. And yeah, at this point it seems like it's too late for a pit stop. We have probably seen all of the pit stops we are going to get. So this is everybody's on-track status as it is. That's my guess.
With that assumption, I'm wondering how we squeeze it, how we got it with only 3 pit stops. To me, that's pretty impressive. I will say,
I'm surprised by that too.
I will say P4, currently driven by Jacob Henderson, they also did 3 pit stops, so might not be quite as radical as I was thinking, but still, impressive feat by both of them.
No, I agree. I was absolutely thinking this was going to be a 4 or 5 stop race, and some of these guys have gotten through here in 3. That's pretty impressive. As we see Jump Raven surrounded on either side by competitors roughly the same distance in between them. And is doing his best to try and catch the one in front of Milan for that podium. And I'm hearing word that maybe we can get a Kager interview as well before the end of the race.
Want to do that?
Yeah, let's grab him in here.
Alrighty. I'll get him in.
Hello.
Kager.
Yo.
How is it going, my man? How was your stint in the race? How'd you enjoy it?
I think from the beginning of my stint, I was doing pretty well, lap times wise, and consistency wise. I mean, I was still pretty slow. I'm not the fastest driver, but definitely a major improvement, judging by the fact that I've only, for practice, I've only done like one whole race stint, and then after my pit stop, onto my second stint. So that's the third stint for us, the team. That I had a lot of mishaps. I spun a couple of times towards the end of my shift or stint. Tires definitely worn out a lot, and but overall it was pretty fun. But right now, Tater is just trying to see if he can manage the tires up for 5 more laps.
Yeah, we saw in the kind of first half, you guys were making quite a charge kind of up the field there for a little bit. But it seemed that just some of the other teams were able to edge out just a bit. But it was looking pretty sweet for you guys for a second there. How did you feel about the middle half of the race there?
It's honestly, I have no words. I'm gonna be honest, but so yeah, it's basically it's not what we expected. Pace wise, again, I was driving the middle bit, but it's also because partly because of our strategy. We were following the same strategy as Dimitri and Chloroform, but that really didn't work out because it's only us 3 who's using the 3-stopper, and then everybody else in the grid is doing 4-stopper or more. So that might have been partly a reason why we're so far down in the grid now.
Yeah. How was your stint though? Like you spun out a few times, but fatigue wise, how was that for you?
I mean, towards the the hour and a half point of my stint, my butt started hurting a lot.
Oh, I know it. I know that pain.
I'm on the desk and chair.
Yep.
I'm on the desk and chair.
I switched over just recently out of desk and chair. Oh my gosh, I remember once you get past that 45 to an hour long minute point, it starts to get sore and you're sitting up on the straights briefly, trying to readjust.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just in the straights. I'm just pushing myself backwards, but then I end up in an extremely uncomfortable position. My back starts to hurt because of that position, but at least my ass doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Solid. Oh man, yeah, and we saw you guys had a little bit of contact with, I believe it was Jump Raven towards the end half of the race there. Did you get significant damage off of that, and how did that kind of change that part of the race?
I don't really get. I was driving. I only had minor light yellow bumper damage, and that's about it. It looked nasty on the replay, but it wasn't much damage at all. And I think because of that, my tires got worn out a bit more, and then I started lapping towards the end. Started lapping the 203s, 204s, and then I think after that we ended up a lap down. But I'm still confused how we're a lap down. I know we did a long stop at the end, but we shouldn't have been that slow.
Stuff happens. It's an endurance race. It gets out of your hands. Nothing goes to plan.
Yeah, that's
honestly,
true.
yeah.
That's true. Well, that's pretty solid, Kager. We appreciate you coming through and talking to us and giving us your perspective. We'll let you swing back over to your teammate for the last part of the race. See if he can make a lunge somewhere or at least
Yeah.
finish it out nice and strong. So we'll let you get back to that, but we really do appreciate you coming up to the booth and talking to us.
All right, thank you. I left my teammate hanging for this. It's worth it. See ya.
See ya.
All right, see ya. Awesome. The inside view of what the drivers think and how they experience everything on track is always so cool. So we'd love to hear that. We have, ladies and gentlemen, less than 10 minutes in this race, coming up on 5 now. And the lights are on in Bahrain. The sun is down, but everything on track is still up in the air for anything to happen. We never know. But so far, it seems like everybody is pretty locked in, and this is going to be their finishing positions. Any surprises
take a look
for
at our
you,
gaps.
Thorn?
Surprises over the race in total, or just for the final bit?
Let's say final bit. Let's say where drivers ended up.
Where drivers ended up. I'm not really. It's Wasley. No, okay, no. Wasley, he did surprisingly well. I'm impressed by that, to be honest. Dimitri, this is an earlier race thing. I wasn't expecting Ayosh to be fighting Dimitri that hard.
Mm-hmm.
But besides that, there wasn't much that was really stuck out to me, I guess.
Yeah. I think.
What about you?
Wasei's position is probably the most surprising to me. Not because he's not fast, because he's clearly rapid, but it was looking so much so like Bass and Halsey were gonna take it home, and Wasei's just said, "Nope, not on my watch," and just drove that nail, right into the casket. So that honestly, that performance surprised me, and I gotta say, I'm here for it. I love that. So we'll take that every day. And then between Milan and Yasserian, those two, I honestly thought those two would probably be switched around based off of what we saw. But Milan is here in the top 3. Looks like he's probably going to finish in the top 3, and Yasserian, even so, finishing in the top 5.
We do have Jump Raven. It's 4 seconds, so it would be hard, but Jump Raven isn't that far behind Milan.
That's true.
And he's last lap he gained around 8/10 on him. So possible.
Very, very possible, yeah.
We could see a jump on the podium. Jump Raven.
I got you there. I see what you did. It's very possible we can see Jump Raven hop up onto the podium. Possibly. You can see Milan just in front of him there. So definitely not outside of mistake range. So we'll see how that goes. I would say these drivers probably only have about 2 laps left before, at least the GT3 drivers only have about 2 laps left before things go down. I would probably venture to say that the hypercar guys might get 3 laps, maybe. But we'll see. I think they'd be a little bit hard pressed to get that. So I'm thinking probably 2 laps for everybody here, which means 2 laps for our leaders, Wasei and Dimitri, having absolutely amazing drives today. And I think at this point feeling quite satisfied with themselves and everything that they were able to accomplish today. We have a vote for Yasserian Driver of the Day for the fight back from the tough first hour. I definitely agree.
Very tough first hour.
Between him and Milan, I think for me, or Wasei, just for absolutely saying no to the Bass and Halsey team and winning the race anyway. One of those 3, I think, could get Driver of the Day for me.
Wasei, that was impressive, to be honest, because the lack of pits, the 2 extra pit stops that Bass and Halsey took, I think might have been the determining factor, because they're 44 seconds behind right now.
Yeah.
And that's just around 2 pit stops worth, so.
Wase just saw it coming, decided, nah, that's not how we're going to run it, and has honestly executed an absolute masterclass. So, I mean, props to him for bringing that home. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I cannot lie. That's very impressive.
I will note, Jump Raven's only 2.5 seconds away from Milan now.
Ooh.
Well, now it's saying 3, but we're hopping in between there.
He's almost there. Oh, man. If he had one more lap, I think it would be a fight for the ages. I'm thinking Milan might just hold it out for the last.
And I'm not even... unless there's a very clear chance to pass, I don't think he's going to go for it. Because you've got Yas right behind him, only 11 seconds down. That would be very glad to take up that 4th position if Jump messes up that overtake.
I agree. He's got to think about what he's got already and what he stands to lose if he isn't able to take the position cleanly. So definitely have to think about that. Senf as well. Just have to give my boy a little bit of love. Senf right here in the debut back to actual racing. He is in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th position. Top 10. Almost had that 6th position. But nonetheless had a very, very good drive. A controversial livery. And yeah. Either way, did amazing. We are going to be on board one more time around the lap with our beloved Wase Anjem, who has absolutely treated this race, I mean, with sternness, with strict competition, driving ability. I mean, this was genuinely a monster drive from Wase. I don't think anybody else out here has been just as consistent, maybe only comparable to about Dimitri or even the Halsey Base Cannon duo also, but still I think Wase has shown us what he came here to do today, and he's achieved it, and I think he's achieved it, and he deserves it 100% wholeheartedly. So as he rounds out for the final time down this straight, Wase on his way to a victory.
This will lock in Sen, Mark. A lot of our GT3 drivers will be locked out by this.
Yeah, let's see here. Where are they at?
Keep an eye on Jump. She's
what's his
not even a full second. Yeah. He's about to come across the line, so keep an eye on Wase too, but
yeah.
They're
that's crazy.
They're 4/10 away.
This is a battle we will stay with, but as we see Wase on the main straight weaving back and forth with an absolutely decisive win today. Wase, congratulations. Did an absolutely amazing job. Props to you. We are very, very proud. We want to try and stay on this battle as well. We want to try and give you the best opportunity to see a possible send if it comes your way. Let's not forget, though, Halsey in P2, going to be taking that P2 for the hypercar, and I believe Project Purple going to be taking that P3, rounding out that podium. A couple of drivers up there, and Jump Raven just barely off of the lead. Dimitri Oss, who is... Hey, how is Dimitri faring? Dimitri is on his last lap, as far as I can see.
Yeah,
on his last lap.
This is his final lap.
On his...
And the safety... There you go.
All right, sorry. On the final lap of the 4-hour endurance race, I'm gonna give it up to my boy Thorn. You're gonna walk him in. You're gonna walk him in.
Oh boy, no, I don't know what to do. No, you walk him in.
You got it. Go for it. Go for it.
What do I say? I'm gonna ruin this for him.
You say anything.
Say anything? Jeez. Dominant pace throughout most of the race. Scarily consistent. The fight between him and Ayash was some of the most intense racing we've had here in a good while. And I don't know, you just can't deny the pace and consistency. I don't know how else to put it. I don't know if he had the fastest lap over the GT3s, to be honest, but still, amazing work as we see him come here down the line. Followed closely by, is that Clutch Ross behind him?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Here we go.
There it is. Dimitri across the line, putting on an absolute clinic for us today. Clutch Russ follows him. One of the lap cars behind him. Dimitri, an absolute amazing job. Let's not forget about our guys, Chloroform, that on that Venus CRD team, and Ayash, who had an absolutely amazing stint. Dimitri's, I think, is going to go ahead and do another lap here, which I'm all for. Let's go ahead and look at some of these inevitable burnouts that I think we're going to be seeing.
You missed it. The safety car was getting in on the...
Oh, the safety car?
The safety car was getting on the T1 Chaos for a while.
Almost. A little bit of these shenanigans from our boys here. But that's Chloroform in P2 for the GT3s. And rounding out that podium, correct me if I'm wrong. Hold on.
Oh boy.
I don't want to get it wrong. But the standings are all over the place. Hold on.
Yeah, the race isn't finished on my end, so I don't really know.
Mylan.
It was Mylan.
Yep.
Okay.
Rounding out the podium, I believe, for the GT3s. A beautiful recovery race from him, by the way, having a little bit of setup problem in the beginning, and then figuring out all of his issues after that, and therefore just putting on another clinic, I would say, of a recovery drive, and
yes,
giving us a solid effort. Let's see. Yeah, we got Dimitri still trundling across our track. I would love to sit here and give you the full standings, but there are just some people still connected, and I don't want to forget anybody. But I think I'm going to try and piece it together, because I think I can. So, Wase Anjum taking, obviously, the win in the LMDH, followed closely by Halsey, who was followed by Project Purple, and then Jacob Anderson rounding out that top four for the LMDH, and then obviously Dimitrios winning the GT3 category with Chloroform and Ayash Garrido behind him in P2, P3 being Mylan Elling for the podium there. Trying to see if they will order them for me correctly, because I don't want to get anybody out of sorts. I believe P4 would have been, help me out if you know perchance.
I'll be honest, I don't, it's not showing anything on the results page yet.
Yes.
And I'm assuming there might be a few penalties that are going to go down, but we'll see.
There may be a few penalties, but let's not forget Yassarian was P5. I do remember that. Semth P7. So just a couple of names to throw at you there. Either way, I just want to say absolutely amazing job to all of the drivers that participated today. We are extremely proud of everybody who went out there and got their race and did what they had to do. It was genuinely a really good time. I enjoyed it. And so I hope you guys enjoyed it too. And I also just want to say thank you to my co-caster, Kaz, because I would have been
letting me hop along.
Of course, I would have been dead hours ago if you weren't here. So I really do appreciate you. You did an amazing job, man. And it was just a really great time.
Alrighty. Head on down to general chat, see what's going on. There
Absolutely. All right, Kaz. I will catch you later, man. Thank you.
You too. See you around.
Yeah, of course. Thank you to everybody who watched, tagged along. If you did, it was a really great race today. So we will definitely have more of this. Like I said, ESRC Discord Venus Motorsport Discord or Techly Racing Discord if you want more information. There should be at least one of those Discords linked in the description of the live stream. So feel free to join one of those, and if you want to come race, come register and come find out. But once again, thank you to everybody who organized this, and thank you to Techly, thank you to Potato, Wase for organizing, also Chloroform for this being your series. It's going really well. But overall, thank you guys. We really appreciate it, and we will catch you again at the next race. Goodbye.